Chapter 195. There's more than a day left. Begging for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. There will be 4 chapters today. Please, everyone. What kind of secret technique is this? In the martial arts practice field, countless eyes stared at Xianxia's figure in shock. Even Lang Yihan and the elders on the platform were no exception. That contraction and expansion was simply too inconceivable. How much had he shrunk? No one dared to imagine. Martial artists, even if they were at the saint level, were only at the innate realm. They were far from the realm of transformation. But just now, Xianxia had shrunk his body by several times. His head seemed to have shrunk into his chest, and his limbs were folded and shrunk into a small ball. Without giving the audience much time to be shocked, Xianxia's energy reached its peak. He took a step forward, and with a whoosh, he attacked Lang Yihan with his sword. At this moment, Lang Yihan, who had also raised his yin energy to its peak, had reached the point where he had no choice but to release it. Ding 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 ding. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the two figures intertwined, shuttling back and forth in the space of the martial arts practice field. Their movements and attacks were so fast that the audience was dazzled and unable to take it all in. Every move of the dazzling and terrifying sword light contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In just a few breaths of time, the entire arena was already in a state of devastation. Numerous fine but deep sword scars crisscrossed the arena, and even the incomparably powerful ceiling barrier had cracks appearing on its surface. It was easy to imagine how condensed their energy was. With a flick of Lang Yihan's wrist, there were several hours of sword strikes. Hundreds of sword strikes were so fast and fierce that it was beyond Xianxia's imagination. But Xianxia's attack also shocked Lang Yihan to the core. Xianxia's speed was far inferior to his, and it was not even a third of his speed. However, his sword moves were skillful and skillful. There was no defense, only attack. Moreover, every move was aimed at his flaws and places that he had to save, and he occupied the initiative in every aspect. It made Lang Yihan feel that every attack he made was completely predicted by Xianxia, and his speed advantage was completely nullified. The saying that speed was unbeatable in the same realm had been overturned by Xianxia. Everyone stared at the arena, their expressions full of shock, especially those who had fought Xianxia to a draw. They were even more terrified. Not to mention that their divine beast inheritances had been destroyed. Even if they still had them, they knew that it would not be difficult for either Xianxia or Lang Yihan to kill them. To be exact, it would be a piece of cake. The sword glows and the pressure that seeped out from the arena allowed them to clearly understand that if it was them, they would not be able to block such an attack at all. This was simply a battle of energy realm. If this goes on, I will definitely lose. Under Xianxia's fierce attacks, Lang Yihan thought to himself. He is fighting like he doesn't care about his life. He only attacks and doesn't defend. If I don't save myself, I will be killed by him. He is only seriously injured. If I avoid the battle, it will be a draw at most. Lang Yihan believed that with his space attribute true essence, if he really chose to defend and wander around the martial arts practice field, Xianxia would not be able to do anything to him. He did not need to constantly travel through space. The martial arts practice field, which was close to 1,000 feet wide, was enough for him to hide from Xianxia. However, being chased by Xianxia like a mouse was not Lang Yihan's style. It seems that I can only rely on external forces. Lang Yihan's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. He was arrogant and had never used external forces when facing opponents of the same level or even higher level. He had always relied on his own strength to fight. But now, because of Xianxia's martial sage realm cultivation and powerful combat strength, Lang Yihan, who could not afford to lose, had no choice but to rely on external forces. Ding ding ding. Boom boom boom. Bam. Along with the dense and terrifying sword cries, Lang Yihan's body suddenly flashed with a pitch-black light. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The black light even covered the sky and the sun. In an instant, the entire arena was plunged into a temporary darkness. Boom boom boom. Boom. Boom boom. With an explosion, the bright sword light once again broke through the darkness. Chen Hao and Lang Yihan's bodies suddenly rolled back and separated. You lost. Chen Hao, who had spat out 3 arrows of blood, stabilized himself after rolling back a few hundred feet. He stared in Lang Yihan's direction and said. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at Lang Yihan, who had stabilized himself before him. How is this possible? Chen Hao was shocked. The moment darkness fell, Chen Hao could clearly feel that Lang Yihan did not defend himself under his fierce attacks. Instead, he did not change his sword stance and stabbed him 3 times. Of course, Chen Hao would not change his sword stance to save himself. He had originally used the solitary sword technique, which did not have any moves. Furthermore, he had used a barbaric fighting style that could kill 1,000 enemies but hurt 800 of his own to restrain Lang Yihan's terrifying speed. How could he save himself? Lang Yihan's 3 sword strikes were not fatal. But his sword strike was fatal. However, Chen Hao did not intend to kill Lang Yihan, so he moved slightly away. He believed that Lang Yihan knew that he had been merciful. It was also because of this that Chen Hao said that he had lost after he stopped. But, what shocked Chen Hao was that at this moment, Lang Yihan was standing in the air. His white robe had disappeared, and he was wearing a set of soft armor that emitted a dark light. Mysterious golden runes covered the black soft armor, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. How could there be any injury to his heart? Chen Hao, you hid the fact that you had become a martial saint, so I used the black iron battle armor. Isn't that fair? Your fighting style obviously won't work for the next attack. My black iron battle armor not only has a powerful array, but it also has the ability to condense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. In other words, my energy consumption will be next to nothing. Be careful. Hiss. Lang Yihan's lips curled up slightly with a smile as he spoke. The moment he spoke, his entire person disappeared. Perhaps it was because Lang Yihan still felt a little embarrassed in his heart, but his tone of voice became a little strange. When he smiled, a small dimple uncontrollably appeared on his handsome but feminine face. Others might not have noticed, but Chen Hao's attention was focused on Lang Yihan. When he disappeared, Lang Yihan's expression, appearance, and aura all appeared clearly in his mind. Those small dimples made the originally feminine face give Chen Hao a charming feeling. Coupled with the way Lang Yihan looked at Chen Hao, even Chen Hao, who was in the middle of battle, couldn't help but shudder. This guy can't be homosexual, right? Hiss. The bright and sharp sword light interrupted Chen Hao's goosebumps. With a loud shout, he waved his sword and retreated. Ding! Rumble! Lang Yihan, who was wearing the black iron battle armor, was like a shadow. His fierce attacks became much bolder and more powerful. This increased the pressure on Chen Hao by several times. Almost in an instant, the two were once again in a frenzied battle. However, unlike last time, Chen Hao could no longer suppress Lang Yihan like before. Instead, he was suppressed in every way. Puff! 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 In just a few breaths, blood splattered all over Chen Hao's body. Lang Yihan's sword moves were 3 times faster than his, and he didn't need to defend himself. He immediately displayed a terrifying combat strength. Chen Hao's expression became extremely serious. Chen Hao, admit defeat. If this continues, you won't be able to hold on for long. Lang Yihan, who had the absolute advantage, said as he looked at Chen Hao, who had numerous wounds on his body. He was very clear about Chen Hao's abnormal recovery ability. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all. Moreover, he still couldn't assassinate Chen Hao's vital points. I, Chen Hao, dare to fight, and I will never admit defeat. Hiss. What shocked Leng Yihan was that when Chen Hao's cold voice rang out, he actually merged with everything in the world right in front of him. Wasn't this courting death? It's fine if it's someone else, but I'm Leng Yihan. My realm of merging with everything in the world is much higher than yours. If you want to defeat me so desperately, I won't give it to you. Open for me. Hiss. Leng Yihan shouted, and the sword light suddenly pierced into the void. Puff. Ding. Boom. What shocked everyone was that Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were sent flying once again. What shocked Leng Yihan even more was that Chen Hao, who had merged with everything in the world, suddenly changed his form the moment his sword pierced through. His body twisted strangely, and he forcibly avoided a vital point attack. There was also a pure and terrifying energy that blocked his sword. At the same time, Chen Hao's golden sword pierced through his black iron battle armor. Unfortunately, Chen Hao failed to comprehend the profundities of the profound heavenly battle armor in that split second of time. This terrifying showdown caused everyone to be shaken to the core. And this was under the circumstance that they didn't understand the real battle. If they knew that the two of them had merged with everything in the world in such a short moment and were in such a dangerous situation, their eyeballs would probably fall to the ground from shock. This black iron battle armor, could it be condensed by the nameless old man? Chen Hao, who had been sent flying, was extremely shocked. His desperate attack had definitely taken a huge risk, and it had exposed his identity as a dual cultivator to Leng Yihan. This was because what blocked Leng Yihan's sword was pure mental energy. Mental energy that had no effect on the physical state of the body. But the moment the golden sword touched the black iron battle armor, Chen Hao found that the black iron battle armor's trajectory was completely unpredictable. How could he find it in an instant? No. With this black iron battle armor, he's practically invincible. It also has the ability to condense the spiritual energy of the world. If I continue to waste my energy, won't I be exhausted by him? Fuck, this guy must be gay. Two conditions are already incredible. If he turns them into four, won't I be disgusted to death? Absolutely not. I can't lose. At least I have to break even. End. Today, it will explode. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 196. Second update. There are still 2 chapters left at night. There is still a little more time left in the last day. I sincerely ask those of you who still have monthly votes to vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. He's actually stabilizing himself. Leng Yihan stared in shock at Chen Hao, whose expression was flickering. Spiritual power, pure spiritual power. In order to merge with all things in the world, one needed to restrain one's physical strength. Any strand of energy that was scattered in one's meridians, bones, muscles, and so on had to be retracted into one's dantian. Otherwise, one would not be able to merge. However, Chen Hao, who had merged with all things in the world, was still able to release energy to block his attack. What did this mean? Only the spiritual power that was detached from the physical body and attached to the mind alone could do it. Dual cultivation. No wonder his energy is so terrifying. Leng Yihan bit his thin lips. 2 sharp sword intents flashed in his eyes. With a hiss, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. With the profound iron battle armor, I want to see what you can do to me if I launch a sneak attack. I must win. When the will is there, the chi is there. When the chi is there, 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 the chi is there. Under the immense pressure, Chen Hao's mind became clear as he immersed himself in the profoundness of the ultimate martial arts. To everyone's surprise, Chen Hao and Leng Yihan were once again facing each other. One stood motionless while the other hid in the void. At first, they were only surprised, but after a moment, looking at Chen Hao on the stage, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The entire martial arts practice field could no longer maintain its calm. What is Chen Hao doing? Countless people asked in surprise. No one understood what Chen Hao wanted to do. Even the elders on the rostrum were unable to understand. They all frowned and fell into deep thought. In the arena, Chen Hao stood in the middle, and the protective aura that covered his entire body actually slowly disappeared. Even his aura could no longer be sensed any trace of energy fluctuation. What was even more shocking was, he slowly closed his eyes. His appearance and expression seemed as if he'd been immersed in a state of sudden enlightenment. But this was a battle, a competition, hiss. Lang Yihan, who was wearing the black iron battle armor, had his mind melded into the world after a short time. He was silent, colorless, and formless, like a poisonous snake hiding in the night. In a short minute, he suddenly appeared 3 meters behind Chen Hao. The dazzling and sharp sword aura was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. It was as fast as lightning as it pierced towards the back of Chen Hao's heart. It wouldn't endanger Chen Hao's life, but if it did, it would mean that Chen Hao had failed. Just like when Chen Hao attacked Lang Yihan, neither of them intended to take the other's life. As long as the winner was decided, that was enough. Who could dodge such a fierce attack at such a close distance? Before anyone could cry out in alarm, Chen Hao had already moved. His body trembled strangely. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy condensed in front of him. The moment the tip of Lang Yihan's sword was about to reach him, he actually blocked it. His body was like a willow in the wind, drifting away. At the same time, the sword aura in his hand buzzed and fiercely attacked Lang Yihan, who had appeared like a ghost. Ding! Boom! The two figures suddenly separated. Lang Yihan disappeared again, and Chen Hao's eyes were still closed, returning to his motionless state. Other than the experts in the martial god realm and above, no one saw the exchange between the two clearly. Only the terrifying sound of the explosion made everyone understand. In that split second, the two of them had completed a surprise attack, defense, counterattack, and block. After a short silence, the sword aura appeared again, but it was no different from the first time. The two seemed to be in a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. This made Lang Yihan grit his teeth. He really couldn't understand how Chen Hao's reaction speed was so fast. If he had known, he would have activated the dark iron battle armor from the beginning and attacked with everything in the world. With the first sword, Chen Hao's reaction speed would have been enough to defeat him. But it was too late now. Chen Hao seemed to have comprehended something in the process of the battle. It made his reaction speed and perception much sharper. Chen Hao. After a full hour, Lang Yihan finally couldn't take it anymore. You can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. Let's call it a draw. Okay. Chen Hao slowly opened his eyes, and the mysterious aura on his body instantly disappeared as he said straightforwardly. If this dragged on, it would be difficult to determine the winner. Chen Hao used very little energy in this state and recovered quickly. And Lang Yihan had the dark iron battle armor, so he didn't use much energy either. As the two's battle drew to a close, the 100 Empire ranking competition had officially ended. The huge black tower steel once again shone with a bright golden light and appeared in the center of the main arena. All the names of the 100 Empire ranking contestants shone with a bright light. From bottom to top, they were fixed one by one. Lang Yihan was first with the highest number of points. Chen Hao was second, and Tan Tai Lian was ninth. The top 20 contestants all received great rewards from the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Lang Yihan, who was first, received 1 million level 8 spirit pills. Chen Hao, who had become a pauper, received 800,000 pills. The third place received 600,000 pills. The 4th to 10th place received 500,000 pills each. The 10th to 20th place received 300,000 pills each. After the award ceremony, it was finally the most crucial moment for the 100 Empire ranking contestants, the selection of the sect. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following the words of Lu Wuxiang, the manager of the Myriad Treasures Chamber of Commerce, more than 3,000 disciples of the 100 Empire ranking rose into the air and landed on the huge main arena according to their respective rankings and areas. The 50 sect elders on the rostrum also stepped on auspicious clouds and released their auras as they arrived on the main arena. The 3 elders of the 7th grade sects stood in the middle with smiles on their faces. They stared at Leng Yihan, Chen Hao, and the other top 20 contestants. Obviously, in their opinion, these top 20 contestants would be divided among them. The others were fine, especially Leng Yihan and Chen Hao. Even the 3 of them would have to compete. The Myriad Pill Pavilion elders, who were treated the best, were undoubtedly the most confident. Everyone, according to the rules of the 100 Empire ranking, the 50 sects will take turns to select disciples from the top to the bottom. 10 will be selected each time, and only one of the top 50 can be selected. As for the other 9, you can choose at will. If the chosen disciple has a sect that he likes, he can refuse. Okay, now the 7th grade sect, the Myriad Pill Pavilion, will choose first. After everyone was in place, Lu Wuxiang's majestic voice sounded. As soon as Lu Wuxiang finished speaking, the elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion chuckled with a touch of arrogance on his face. He looked from Leng Yihan and Chen Hao to the entire martial arts practice field and said, I am Lu Xiang, the great elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion's outer sect. I think everyone should know about our Myriad Pill Pavilion. Although we are a 7th grade sect, in reality, the treatment of our disciples is not worse than that of 8th grade or 9th grade sections. Our Myriad Pill Pavilion only wants 50 disciples this time. The ranking is not very important. What is important is talent. So, disciples who are confident can wait for me to choose. The top 20 are not bad, and there are a few in the top 100 who are not bad. As the elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion laughed, his eyes quickly scanned all the disciples. He gave a clear look to those he liked. Especially when he looked at Chen Hao and Leng Yihan, his eyes were burning. Such an obvious hint made the elders of the other sects look ugly, but there was nothing they could do. Anyone who went up would do the same. Choose one of the top 50. Leng Yihan and Chen Hao are not bad. Old man likes them very much. After the 2 of you enter our Myriad Pill Pavilion, Old Man can guarantee that you will be treated the same, and you will become the focus of the outer sect disciples. But this time, you can only choose one. Old Man will choose according to the ranking. Leng Yihan will be first. Leng Yihan, come over first. Elder Lu Xiang smiled and looked at Leng Yihan and the other 2. This was obviously an explanation for Chen Hao. The meaning was to let Chen Hao not think too much. He was as important as Leng Yihan. It was just that he could only choose one at a time. There was no other way. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Leng Yihan's face. Countless people were incomparably envious. A 7th grade sect, the Myriad Pill Pavilion, and to become the focus of the training. These conditions were definitely very tempting. Perhaps only the top 10 disciples could make Lu Xiang make such a promise. If the chosen disciple agreed, he would have to walk out of the camp and stand behind the sect elder. Leng Yihan smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your kindness." After that, he turned his head and looked at Chen Hao meaningfully. His figure flashed, and he went behind Lu Xiang. Leng Yihan was obviously more than happy to join the Myriad Pill Pavilion. Although he did not care much about the sect's grade, it was necessary to receive good sect benefits after entering. The Myriad Pill Pavilion was rich and was naturally the best choice. As for the secret arts, he did not care. He had the Tao imparted to him by his master. Chen Hao shuddered and avoided Leng Yihan's gaze that invited him to join the Myriad Pill Pavilion. This made Leng Yihan frown slightly. Could it be that this guy had a problem with him after the draw? Or was he dissatisfied with him using the black iron armor? Then, Lu Xiang called out 3 names out of the top 50 and did not choose any more. The disciples who were called out were naturally flattered. One had to know that Lu Xiang had said that he would only choose 50 people this time. With their rankings, they were naturally excited to be chosen. They all stood behind Lu Xiang like Lang Yihan. Then, it was time to choose from the 7th grade sect, Celestial Peak sect. This elder, like Lu Xiang, first talked about how good Celestial Peak sect was, then clearly pointed out the disciples he liked. Then, he looked at Chen Hao with a burning gaze and said, "Chen Hao, your talent is very suitable for our Celestial Peak sect secret arts. As long as you join our Celestial Peak sect, old man can guarantee that you will be treated as an inner disciple. Moreover, with the protection of our sect, I believe that no matter who wants to deal with you, you will be safe." Second update. Monthly vote. There are 2 more updates tonight. Please. Chapter 197. Whoosh. The elder's words made the eyes of all the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking shine. The countless spectators in the martial arts practice field exclaimed in surprise. What did it mean to become an inner disciple? Although the Celestial sect was not as rich as the Myriad Pill Pavilion, it was still a 7th grade sect. The treatment of its inner disciples was much better than the outer disciples of the Myriad Pill Pavilion. It should be known that the so-called inner disciples could only be promoted to inner disciples after breaking through the innate realm and reaching the Golden Core realm. Lu Xiang looked at the elder of the Celestial sect with an embarrassed expression. He did not expect the other party to offer such exaggerated conditions. Then, he looked at Chen Hao with a little worry. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder Zhu. I'm sorry, but I already have a sect I like." Chen Hao bowed and cupped his fists with an apologetic expression. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Lu Xiang smiled with relief. Lang Yihan also curled his lips slightly. Obviously, except for Tan Tai Lian and the others, everyone thought that Chen Hao had his eyes on the Myriad Pill Pavilion. According to the selection rules between sects and disciples, Chen Hao could not go in advance before the star-picking sect made their choice. This was also to protect the interests of many sections. What's more, during the star-seizing sect selection, Chen Hao was going to be in the top 50. The elder of the Celestial sect looked very embarrassed, but he did not say anything. He then chose Yu Qiyu of the White Tiger inheritance. Yu Qiyu walked over. Then, the elder of the Celestial sect chose 4 disciples from the top 50. He did not choose again. Next was the 7th grade Nirvana Valley. After the 7th grade sect, there were 5 6th grade sects. They all offered very generous conditions to the contestants in the top 10. Tan Tai Lian was also approached by a few sects, but as expected, they were all rejected by her. This was within everyone's expectations. She shared the Phoenix inheritance with Chen Hao. There was no doubt that she would be in the same sect as Chen Hao. In everyone's opinion, this also meant that 3 of the top 10 were destined to be obtained by the Myriad Pill Pavilion. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing his own ability. Although the previous 7th grade and 6th grade sects were the same as the Myriad Pill Pavilion and expressed their preference for disciples, except for Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian, as long as the top 20 disciples were the first to be chosen, very few would disagree. There were still many people who would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Moreover, the grade of the sect was indeed not the most important thing. However, there were exceptions. Yang Fan, who was outside the top 50, was one of the most outstanding. Since he had comprehended the true essence of the wind attribute, he was very popular. He had been called upon many times, but without exception, he had rejected all of them, including those from rank 6 sections. When one reached the 5th rank, the situation was similar to that of the 6th rank. However, when it came to the 4th rank sects, it would be difficult to pick a disciple from the top 50. The chances of being rejected would also increase. As for the rank 4 sects, the first choice was basically all rejected. You can only choose 10 people after the top 50. But even so, there were still quite a number of people at the top of the rankings who refused. Finally, it was the rank 3 sect. The star-picking sect was the strongest among the rank 3 sects and was the first to appear. The outer sect's Grand Elder, Elder Wu, had already learned of Chen Hao and the others' choices from Dongfang Ting. Therefore, from the moment the old man began to make his choice, his old face was beaming with joy. Chen Hao, I choose you for the first one. We are only a rank 3 sect, but old man can guarantee that we will treat you like a treasure. To everyone's surprise, the elder of the third rank sect looked directly at Chen Hao and said, You're not going to waste any more time on him. The elder of the fourth rank sect didn't waste any more time on Chen Hao. There was no substantive promise. He only said that he would treat him like a treasure. What did that mean? What was considered a treasure? It was too much of a bluff. In everyone's opinion, there was something wrong with the old man's head. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Chen Hao actually smiled and nodded. His figure flashed and he appeared behind Elder Wu. Lu Xiang of the Myriad Pill Pavilion was originally looking at the overconfident Elder Wu with a mocking gaze, but now he was completely stunned. Lang Yihan also frowned at Chen Hao. Clearly, he had not expected Chen Hao to make such a choice. Elder Wu's face was flushed, as if he had never felt so good before. After looking at Tan Tai Lian and nodding slightly, he ignored everyone's shock and chose Yang Fan first, then Ni Jianping second, and Li Yifeng third. Tan Tai Lian could only be kept for the next round. There was no other way. Tan Tai Lian was ranked 8th and belonged to the top 50. Then, after a long time, another 6 were chosen, making a total of 10 people. Round after round continued, and the later it got, the faster it got. Before the sky turned dark, all the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking finally had their respective destinations. Chen Hao, don't forget my 2 conditions. When the 50 elders were about to leave with their chosen disciples, Lang Yihan stared at Chen Hao and transmitted his voice. I won't. What are the conditions? I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later. Let's settle down first. After a while, I'll go find Master. I'll look for you then. Up to you, Chen Hao said. Elder Wu, Dongfang Ting, and the low-level disciples of the Zhaixing sect who were participating in the Shenwu relic trial, along with Chen Hao and the other new disciples of the 100 Empire ranking, began to teleport through the enormous transmission formation of the Thousand Treasures Chamber of Commerce. In less than an hour, they entered the city closest to the Zhaixing sect. This city is called Star City. It's only 40,000 miles away from the star-picking sect. It's also one of the cities under the jurisdiction of the star-picking sect. After coming out of the teleportation array of the Myriad Treasure Chamber of Commerce's branch, Elder Wu, who was flying in the air, said to the new disciples. Gazing at the huge city below them and the endless mountain peaks in the distance, many of the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking had a trace of excitement in their eyes. After walking all the way from the dynasty to today, they were finally going to start their real life in the cultivation world. Even Chen Hao was a little excited. Senior brother Chen Hao, will be brothers in the same sect from now on. Please take care of me in the future. I'm Bai Shuang, a low-level disciple of the outer sect. While everyone was flying quickly toward the star-picking sect, some disciples greeted Chen Hao and the other new disciples. Of course, most of them greeted Chen Hao. He was the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking and a super genius who had tied with the champion. Everyone could imagine what kind of status Chen Hao would have after entering the star-picking sect. Moreover, with Chen Hao's talent, his future achievements would be incomparable to theirs. Chen Hao was neither warm nor cold. He responded indifferently to the disciples who came over to curry favor. The only thing that made Chen Hao depressed and Tan Tai Lian blushed was that almost everyone who came over to greet them would cup their fists and nod to Tan Tai Lian. It was clear that they treated Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian as Dao companions. After 2 hours, they had traveled 40,000 miles in a flash. The mountain peaks pierced through the sky, extremely tall. Compared to the Shao clan's back mountain, Jianlu Mountain, they were many times taller. They were as straight as swords and abnormally steep. Strange flowers and herbs covered the peaks, and many palaces stood among them. White clouds floated at the foot of the mountain. The sky was blue and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely abundant. This is our star-picking sect. Every mountain is more than 10,000 feet tall. There are 3,600 mountains in a radius of hundreds of miles. There are 36 main mountains, and they are nearly 30,000 feet tall. This is also the origin of our star-picking sect's name. As everyone gradually approached, numerous waterfalls, icy jade-colored lakes, mountain streams, waterside pavilions, towering old trees, and strange flowers and plants appeared successively before their eyes, causing Chen Hao and the others to be extremely shocked in their hearts. Especially the vast, powerful, and profound aura that enveloped an area of almost 500 kilometers was far from something any sacred grounds in the mortal world could compare to. The world of cultivation is indeed the world of cultivation. How can the secular world compare to such a unique cultivation environment? The blessed paradises of the secular world are practically everywhere in this world, with blessed paradises everywhere. Yes, our star-picking sect is only a third-grade sect. What are those 6th grade and 7th grade sects like? Some of the disciples on the 100 Empire ranking whispered in shock. As they approached the first towering peak, several streaks of flowing light on auspicious clouds shuttled through like lightning. The leader was actually riding a strange bird that was several feet long. This strange bird's feathers were sparkling and translucent, like sharp knives lined up side by side. The top of its head was golden, and its claws were like hooks, emitting a metallic luster. Elder Wu, welcome back. I heard that this time the 100 Empire ranking got a super genius who tied with the champion. A young disciple was sitting on the strange bird. He rushed to the front of the crowd and scanned the new disciples on the 100 Empire ranking with lightning speed. He quickly locked onto Chen Hao, who was beside Dongfang Ting, and asked, "It's you, right?" "Yes, this is Chen Hao." Elder Wu smiled and said, "Has everything been arranged?" "Yes, it has been arranged." "These are their tokens," the young man said. At the same time, 58 tokens floated to Elder Wu. When Chen Hao and the others stepped into the Zhaixing sect to officially report, in the Xuanwu Imperial Palace, the Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, Mu Qing, and the leaders of the kingdoms and forces that Chen Hao and the others belonged to, who had been waiting in the depths of the palace for more than 10 days, finally looked excitedly at the huge teleportation formation. Rays of mysterious light flashed out, and a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Greetings, Immortal Ho." The Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, Mu Qing, and the others immediately bowed to the old man who appeared. "Congratulations, your Xuanwu Empire has done very well in the 100 Empire ranking this time." Hua. Hearing the words of the messenger from the Cultivation World's Wanzhen Chamber of Commerce, everyone present was pleasantly surprised. "Immortal Ho, what's the situation? Did you enter a high-level sect?" Xian Zangfeng, the Emperor of the Xuanwu Empire, asked impatiently. Sigh. The old man sighed and shook his head. This. Everyone's excitement from hearing the old man say that the results were very good immediately changed. "Your Xuanwu Empire has a super genius, Chen Hao." Unfortunately, what happened to Chen Hao? Zhao Xingchen, who had arrived early, asked in a panic. He was the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking and tied with the champion. What? Hearing the old man's words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They could not believe what they had heard. Third update. Requesting monthly votes. At the crucial moment, Wuxian is going to drop the ball. The fourth update was promised, but it can't be fulfilled. I just received a call from my cousin and sister-in-law in my hometown. They said that they are sending their niece to school and have been in Lijiang for a few days. They just arrived in Kunming and are about to arrive at Wushan. I definitely won't be able to write later. My cousin is an alcoholic. He's over 40 years old and has to drink a glass of tempered white wine for breakfast. I probably won't be able to escape later. At this crucial moment, Wushan is also very helpless, but there's no other way. They came all the way to Kunming, so I have to accompany them. Chapter 198. We're about to be destroyed. We've persisted for 30 days. This is the last day. Can't we persist? Dark Mountain continues to write. Everyone, please persist and see if there are any monthly votes left. After today, they'll be useless. Vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. It's a pity that he rejected a 7th-rank sect and chose the 3rd-rank sect, the Zhaixing sect. As for the other 4, Tan Tai Lian is ranked 9th. She received the Phoenix's inheritance with Chen Hao, which is also very good. It's a pity that Tan Tai Lian followed Chen Hao and chose the Zhaixing sect. Yang Fan is ranked 68th. Ni Jianpain and Li Yifeng are also ranked in the top 200. They all chose the Zhaixing sect. The old man continued to speak about everyone's situation in one breath, causing Xian Sangfeng, Mu Qing, Zhao Xingchen, and the important people of the Dashing Kingdom to be dumbfounded. The Phoenix's inheritance, shocking rankings, strange choices, every single one of them was like a huge hammer knocking on everyone's heads. However, you don't have to worry too much. The rank of a sect isn't very important. Since they chose the Zhaixing sect, they naturally have their reasons. A true genius will shine in any sect. This Chen Hao is a rare genius on the 100 Empire ranking. As long as nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely bring great glory to the Xuanwu Kingdom. Many thanks, Spiritual Master Ho, Xian Sangfeng and the others said respectfully. Within a day, the news of Chen Hao being the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking, fighting to a draw with the champion, and receiving the Phoenix's inheritance was sent back to the Zhenyuan Kingdom by Zhao Xingchen at the fastest speed. The Dashing Kingdom that Tan Tai Lian belonged to was no exception. The Xuanwu Kingdom and the other 2 kingdoms were in a state of celebration and rewards. Especially the Xiao family that Chen Hao belonged to. Not only did they receive the full support of the Zhenyuan Kingdom, they were also personally rewarded by the Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Xian Sangfeng. The Phoenix's inheritance. In the royal new show hall of the Zhenyuan Kingdom, a graceful figure stood in a separate courtyard and stared at the night sky as she murmured. The cold moonlight poured down on her body, causing her beautiful face to become as cold as the moon. However, at this moment, the girl bit her lips and frowned. Her delicate body trembled. Almost 10 months. Only 10 months. However, he had already become a martial sage and had obtained the Phoenix's inheritance together with that woman called Tan Tai Lian. What about himself? Helian Wuzi, who had madly cultivated for 10 months, could no longer remain calm after receiving Chen Hao's news. He didn't blame Chen Hao. He only blamed himself for being too slow, even though she had become the head disciple of the royal new show hall, even though she was a rank 9 martial emperor, there was still nearly a year before the rookie rankings would begin. How much could she improve? Unknowingly, a faint sense of bewilderment appeared in her heart, and it began to become chaotic. She bit her lips until they bled, but she didn't feel it at all. After an unknown amount of time, Helian Wuzi's pair of eyes gradually became ice-cold and persistent. With a clang, she took out the moonlight sword and violently released one terrifying attack after another. Rumble. The terrifying sword light directly destroyed countless trees and pavilions in the small courtyard. After a terrifying chasm appeared on the ground, Helian Wuzi soared into the air and left the royal new show hall in the blink of an eye. So what if it was the Phoenix inheritance? That was opportunity, that was luck, that was the choice of the heavens. As long as it wasn't his, the world of cultivation. In next year's new talent competition, the 100 Empire ranking, she would definitely enter the world of cultivation. Furthermore, she would enter the world of cultivation with results that were not inferior to his. Phoenix inheritance. In the world of cultivation, celestial mists curled up. In a palace that resembled a paradise, a figure stood within the clouds. Her eyebrows were long and dark. Her gaze was clear and her figure was graceful. She was like a fairy from a painting. Especially those eyes. They were as clear as a lake. As her gaze moved, it sparkled and there were layers upon layers of ripples. Star-picking sect, he's not participating in the dragon transformation rankings. The young girl muttered. Even though she had been grounded after sneaking out of the sect and had not left the mountain even now, she had been paying attention to the news regarding the 100 Empire ranking and had her maids inquire about it. After receiving the news that Chen Hao had obtained second place on the 100 Empire ranking and had tied with the champion, she was naturally happy for Chen Hao. However, the Phoenix inheritance made her frown. Although she was naive, she understood the Phoenix inheritance. Although she did not know what her relationship with Chen Hao was, she still felt that Chen Hao had such an intimate relationship with another woman. Ultimately, she felt that someone had stolen something from her. Furthermore, Chen Hao had given up on the dragon transformation rankings and chosen the star-picking sect, which was only a third-grade sect. This made her feel even more wronged. Star-picking sect. Chen Hao and the other new disciples were divided into 10 groups and brought to the 10 mountain peaks where the outer sect disciples resided and cultivated. Chen Hao, Tan Tai Lian, Yang Fan, Ni Jian Pain, and Li Yifeng were naturally in one group. Furthermore, it was the main peak where the star-picking sect's outer sect disciples focused on nurturing. Chen Hao, you and Tan Tai Lian will be in the same courtyard. Is that okay? Elder Wu and Dongfang Ting asked after personally bringing Chen Hao and the other 4 to the main peak of the outer sect. No. Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian said in unison. Although we both received the inheritance of the Phoenix at the same time, this inheritance is not what you think it is. It seems to have mutated. Little Lian and I are only friends. Chen Hao explained after frowning slightly. If he did not explain now, it seemed that the two of them would have to live together. How could Chen Hao accept this? Of course, Tan Tai Lian could not accept it either. Oh. There's such a thing. That means, the two of you, haven't. Very well, if that's the case, once the two of you start dual cultivation, your improvement will be even more shocking. No wonder you could execute the Phoenix's nirvana on your own. Elder Wu said with a hint of excitement. It was not uncommon for divine beasts to mutate after receiving inheritances. Furthermore, once a divine beast mutated, it meant that its abilities would become even more terrifying. Seeing the awkward expressions on Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian's faces, Elder Wu did not continue speaking. He directly arranged individual courtyards for the 5 of them. The 5 of you can rest first. The 5 of you, especially Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian, will definitely receive special rewards from the sect. Now, you will be treated as the focus of the outer sect disciples' training. Everything, including the sect's introduction and regulations, has been placed in your rooms. Familiarize yourselves with the Jiaxing sect. If you need anything, you can find me at my mountain peak. Dongfang Ting said to Chen Hao and the rest as she bid them farewell. The so-called courtyards were actually huge palaces. Each of them occupied one. After Chen Hao stepped into the palace, he saw his sect's items in the hall. There were 2 sets of white Taoist robes and a treasured sword that exuded an ancient aura. The Taoist robes were inlaid with thin golden threads. There was a seal on the chest that represented the Jiaxing sect's disciple insignia. Just by feeling, Chen Hao knew that the Taoist robes were not ordinary clothes. They were Taoist robes that contained countless runes and magical uses. The treasured sword was ordinary, but it was still an inferior grade spirit weapon. It should be something that every disciple in the sect had. Apart from the Taoist robes and the treasured sword, there were also a few books made of unknown materials. There were detailed introductions to the sect, basic techniques for the Xianxia sect below the Khanate stage, and sect regulations. The Xianxia Taoist robe is made of hundreds of types of spirit silk. It contains 36 types of runes. It dispels all poisons, dispels miasma, is impervious to fire and water, and is invulnerable to ordinary weapons. Chen Hao picked up the manual beside the Taoist robes and read softly, "The world of cultivation is indeed extraordinary. Just this Taoist robe alone is a priceless treasure in the secular world." Chen Hao took out the treasured sword and examined it. It was indeed an inferior-grade spirit weapon that was of no use to him. However, it was a must-have weapon for Xianxia sect disciples. He casually put it away in the Xianhuang bracelet. Chen Hao quickly looked through all the items and picked up a thick book. This was the first book that all disciples who had entered the world of cultivation had to read, The Essentials of the Eastern Continent. Flipping through the catalogue, there were hundreds of pages and thousands of catalogues. This caused Chen Hao's mind to be greatly moved, and his eyes shone with an excited light. The boundless continent is vast and boundless. It was impossible for this book to cover all the details. It's a must-read for disciples who have just entered the world of cultivation. It's a compilation of generations of experts from the Xianxia sect. It's a must-have in the world of cultivation. When Chen Hao read the opening paragraph, he knew that this was a basic lesson that disciples of the Xianxia sect had to familiarize themselves with after entering the world of cultivation. It was also a guidebook for the world of cultivation. Among the tens of thousands of sects, there were righteous and evil. The righteous path was called the immortal path, while the evil path was called the demon path. Apart from the immortal path and the demon path, there were also the demon path. The introductions to these sects and factions were extremely detailed, including their ultimate techniques, powerful treasures, top experts, genius disciples, branch locations, and so on. There were also introductions to many powerful itinerant cultivators and demons. Apart from that, there was also information on the super dynasties of the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world, merchant guilds, perilous lands, legendary paradises, mysterious realms, precious mines, spirit herbs, and so on. There was nothing that was lacking. It took an entire day for Chen Hao to completely imprint the thick book of information into his mind. Phew! What an exciting world! Strange and variegated. So this is it? Chen Hao muttered to himself. As he spoke, he picked up the other secret manuals and walked to the cultivation room. In the cultivation room, there was a huge round mattress formed by a frost jade ice bed. It was surrounded by formations and runes, causing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to be extremely dense. As a disciple of the star-picking sect, I naturally have to cultivate the star-picking sect's martial arts. Chen Hao's figure flashed and he sat cross-legged on the cold jade ice bed. Wisps of cool air immediately entered his body from the ice bed and cleared his mind. There were a total of 4 secret manuals. The ultimate technique, condensing essence technique, the ultimate technique, star shaking fist, the soaring cloud steps, and the flowing cloud sword technique. Star shaking fist. This should be the complete star shaking fist, right? Chen Hao said with a smile as he picked up the star shaking fist manual written in immortal characters. Obviously, the incomplete version of the star shaking fist in the Royal New Show Hall of the Jinyuan Kingdom must have come from Dongfang Ting and been sent back to the Jinyuan Kingdom. These were all Xiantian martial arts techniques that surpassed the level of the Xianxia sect. Although they were only the basic martial arts of the Xianxia sect, Chen Hao was still looking forward to learning them. After all, although his ultimate martial arts techniques were powerful, they still required the support of this world's energy techniques in order to unleash their full power. Before he entered the Golden Elixir stage, he needed these martial arts techniques very much. Soon, Chen Hao had grasped the star-shaking fist and began to study and cultivate it. First update. Please vote for me. Chapter 199. Dong dong dong, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chen Hao, who was immersed in cultivation, suddenly heard a hurried knocking sound from the door of the palace. He hurriedly calmed his mind and walked out of the cultivation room that was not closed in the first place. Senior sister. Is the reward here? After seeing Dongfang Ting, Chen Hao smiled and said. It's here. Elder Wu reported to the sect leader. The sect leader is very impressed with your talent. The reward was beyond senior sister's imagination. However. Is there a condition? Chen Hao asked directly. Yes. The Zhaixing sect has close to 10,000 outer disciples. Among them, there are 7,000 low-level disciples, 2,000 mid-level disciples, and 1,000 high-level disciples. You should already know the details of the sect, right? Dongfang Ting asked Chen Hao as she looked at him. Yes. I do. Chen Hao said. The so-called low-level outer disciples were at the martial ancestor realm, mid-level disciples were at the martial sage realm, and high-level disciples were at the martial god realm. After surpassing the god realm, one could become an inner disciple. Every year, among the low-level, mid-level, and high-level outer disciples, there are 10 who are qualified to enter the first, second, and third levels of the 7-star grotto heaven to cultivate for 3 months. These disciples are all elites of their respective realms. The competition for this spot is very intense. This time, the sect leader's reward for you is to enter the 7-star grotto heaven to cultivate. You can choose the first level directly. No one in the martial ancestor realm can defeat you. It shouldn't be a big problem. If you want to enter the second level, it will depend on you. It will open in 3 months. You have 3 months to make a decision. Chen Hao looked slightly excited. He had already understood the 7-star grotto heaven from the sect's detailed introduction. It was as Dongfang Ting had said. Only the truly gifted geniuses among the outer court disciples were qualified to enter. Not only was the energy of heaven and earth extremely dense, but it also contained extremely powerful laws of heaven and earth. Although it was only for 3 months, any disciple who entered would definitely improve tremendously. Especially disciples with extremely high comprehension abilities, they might even be able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. From the first level to the third level, the difference in power was not small. Chen Hao was now a saint, so it was naturally better for him to enter the second level. However, Chen Hao didn't have the confidence to obtain a spot among the saint-level experts. Chen Hao was not so blind as to think that he could defeat a rank 9 martial saint. Fortunately, Chen Hao still had 3 months. All right. We'll see when the time comes, Chen Hao said. Also, after the sect master found out about the conflict between you and Fan Fang, he told you not to go out on your own. Even if you want to go, you have to tell me in advance. The sect master will send an expert to protect you in secret. However, I suggest that you cultivate in the sect for the time being. After all, you need some time to settle down after the 100 Empire battle. Furthermore, if you wish to engage in a battle, you can head over to the dueling ring area anytime you wish. Don't worry, Chen Hao said with a smile. As for the arena area that Dongfang Ting mentioned, he had already learned about it from the sect's information and had long since made plans for it. It's good that you know. This is part of the reward. I exchanged it for body-tempering elixirs, mind-refining elixirs and mind-clearing elixirs. There are 100 of each elixir, which will be very useful for your current realm. As for the rest, I will give them to Tantai Lian and the rest. Of course, I will get the lion's share. Senior sister, you really took it seriously, Chen Hao said with a smile, but his hands deftly took the 3 jade bottles from Dongfang Ting's hands. Body-tempering elixir, mind-refining elixir and mind-clearing elixir were special elixirs that the innate realm needed. Any one of them was worth 1,000 level 8 elixirs. These 300 elixirs were equivalent to 300,000 level 8 elixirs. Although Chen Hao didn't know how big the reward that Dong Fang Ting had received was, it was not small at all. The runner-up of the 100 Empire battle, the 1,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce had only rewarded him with 800,000 level 8 elixirs. Dong Fang Ting stared at Chen Hao and said, "Now that you are a martial saint, you can directly enjoy the treatment of a middle outer disciple. The sect master has already promised. However, the time limit is 1 year. After 1 year, it will still depend on you. Whether you can continue to enjoy such benefits will depend on whether you can prove your ability. The competition will be very fierce. The ranking in the arena area is one of the main factors." Dong Fang Ting continued. "Don't worry, the things in my hands will never fly away. There will only be more and more," Chen Hao said confidently. 1 year. It was very long. His goal was to enter the second level of the 7 Stars Hollow in 3 months. That meant that he would have to fight with a middle outer disciple. He would definitely have to face a level 9 martial saint. Although he was only a level 1 martial saint, he had the confidence to fight. The outer disciple arena area would undoubtedly be the first place for him to rise in the star-picking sect. Chen Hao had started cultivating when he was almost 12 years old. He was now 16 years old. In a short 4 years, he had advanced to the martial saint level and possessed powerful combat strength. Even among the many genius disciples with a strong foundation in the cultivation world, he could be considered outstanding. Otherwise, when the sect was selecting disciples, they would not have given him such generous conditions. After entering the star-picking sect, Chen Hao immediately became a middle outer disciple. Coupled with the title of the 100 Empire ranking runner-up and the champion, there was no doubt that all the disciples in the star-picking sect did not know about Chen Hao. However, this was not enough. To Chen Hao, this was far from enough. He, who had reached the peak of many fields, had a natural pride that ordinary people did not have. If he did not do something, he would not do it. If he did, he would do it to the best of his ability. His goal, to most people, was absolutely unprecedented, extremely grand and unimaginable. The obsession of the other him in the past to pursue immortality still existed. Now, he realized that if he reached the peak of cultivation, he might be able to achieve it. Become an immortal and live forever. He believed that as long as he continued to advance towards this goal, his life would be magnificent and exciting. Body tempering elixir, tempering the physical body. My physical body should be very strong, right? Let's test the effects first. After Dong Fang Ting went to find Tan Tai Lian and the others, Chen Hao asked her to tell them that he was going into seclusion. Then, he used the token to activate the palace's restriction and closed the door to the cultivation room. At this moment, Chen Hao took out a body-tempering elixir from a jade bottle and said, "Take 3 elixirs at the same time for the best effect. Body-tempering elixir, tempering the physical body; spirit-refining elixir, tempering the mind; clear mind elixir, understanding one's nature and condensing one's will." At this moment, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword spirit sounded. "However, your physical body is indeed very strong. Take 2 body-tempering elixirs, 1 spirit-refining elixir, and 1 clear mind elixir each. Test the effects first. Put aside the star-picking sect's cultivation technique for now. You'd better deal with those 5 fellows of yours first. Damn it, they're so noisy. They're always bothering me. Do I need you to tell me that? Of course I'll deal with them first. 3 months is really a short time. I wonder how much I can improve," Chen Hao said. As he spoke, he put 4 elixirs that exuded majestic medicinal power into his mouth according to the number of elixirs mentioned by the treasure-hunting sword spirit. As the 4 elixirs entered his body, Chen Hao felt his mind and dantian tremble at the same time. His mind suddenly became exceptionally clear. A vigorous heat also began to spread throughout his body. A numbing sensation, as if countless little bugs were biting at Chen Hao's mind, appeared in his mind. It was not very painful, but it was very painful. Not only did his physical body feel this way, even his soul felt like it was being bitten by countless bugs. Moreover, his mind was becoming clearer and clearer, and he could not cut off this feeling at all. If possible, Chen Hao would rather endure the heart-wrenching pain than endure the pain of having his heart bitten by tens of thousands of bugs. Forcefully enduring the numbness in his scalp and the urge to bang his head against the wall, Chen Hao immersed himself in his cultivation. After a full 6 hours, the medicinal efficacy was finally completely refined. That painful feeling also disappeared, and in its place was an extremely comfortable feeling of bitterness and sweetness. Phew! It's actually so powerful. Just 4 elixirs are actually equivalent to a month of my cultivation. No wonder there are so many experts in the cultivation world. It seems that 3 months is enough, right? Chen Hao felt that in a short 6 hours, his dantian and meridians had actually expanded by a little. He was extremely shocked. Although he knew that there would be an effect, he did not expect it to be so great. It's not as good as you think. Any elixir will only have the greatest effect the first time it is used. After consuming it to a certain level and reaching the maximum effect of the elixir, consuming it again will no longer have any effect. It can only be treated as an ordinary elixir to refine one's energy. The treasure-hunting sword spirit said, challenging a 9th-grade martial saint in 3 months is still very difficult. Only when there's difficulty, there's a challenge. Alright, go do what you need to do. I'm going to start my closed-door cultivation. Chen Hao naturally knew about the effects of the elixirs, so he did not mind at all. Since he could obtain such a good effect the first time, even if the effect weakened in the future, it would still exceed Chen Hao's expectations. It was enough. Azure Dragon, let's start with you, hiss. Chen Hao's consciousness immediately sank into his mind. Majestic and resplendent green light began to shine from Chen Hao's body. At the same time, under Chen Hao's control, the Xianhuang ring and the 5 treasured swords flew out from between his eyebrows and surrounded Chen Hao. What he needed to do was not only to complete the fusion of the 5 divine beasts' legacies, but also to merge the 5 divine beasts into the 5 treasured swords and combine them with the Xianhuang ring. This was the thought that the mysterious existence conveyed to Chen Hao through the phoenix. A spiritual artifact would advance along with its owner's strength. Only such a spiritual artifact would have a higher degree of compatibility with its owner. After reaching a certain level, it would be able to produce an artifact spirit that truly belonged to itself. It would not be a weapon spirit that was left behind like the treasure-hunting sword spirit. Wow! Is this Tantai Lian? She's really powerful. Yes, she has won 10 matches in a row. I'm afraid that this month's champion title will be hers. That's not necessarily true. The top 10 low-level disciples haven't appeared yet. It's only the beginning of the month. But one thing is for sure, the end of the month will definitely be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to the scene of 2 great beauties competing on the same stage. That's true, but I actually prefer Tantai Lian. TSK, if I can have such a Dao companion, after becoming an inner sect disciple, I'll definitely advance at lightning speed. What are you dreaming about? Tantai Lian is the Dao companion of Chen Hao, the runner-up of the 100 Dynasties ranking. The Phoenix legacy is obviously. I know this. I don't want Tantai Lian. I'm talking about someone like her. But, that Chen Hao is really low-key. After entering the sect, he went into seclusion. It's been more than a month now, and he hasn't shown up. Could it be that his reputation is undeserved and he's afraid of challenges? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 200. That goes without saying. Chen Hao has already reached the martial saint realm. If he were to participate in the arena challenge, he would have to do it in the intermediate arena. Although he has the Phoenix's inheritance and is said to be very powerful, he is only a rank 1 martial saint. He would not be able to do well in the intermediate arena. Such super geniuses are usually very conceited and would not allow themselves to be defeated. How could he do something he is not confident in? That's true. If it were me, I would not do it either. In the star-picking sect, on a towering mountain peak between the 10 peaks of the outer court disciples, many outer court disciples were gathered in the huge martial arts practice field on the peak, watching the 9 arenas in the center. The 9 arenas were divided into 6 low-level arenas, 2 middle-level arenas, and 1 high-level arenas. They were also the arenas where the outer court disciples of the 3 ranks interacted with one another. The so-called interacted with one another meant that one was not allowed to deliberately kill or harm one another. However, it did not mean that one could not fight to their heart's content. Because every arena was guarded by experts of the sect. Once an uncontrollable accident occurred, they would intervene. At this moment, most of the disciples, including the middle and high-level disciples, were gathered around a low-level arena, discussing it. It was because of Tan Tai Lien. She was ranked 9th on the 100 Dynasties ranking, had the Phoenix's inheritance, and was an 8th rank Zong. With these 3 identities, any one of them would attract attention in the 3rd rank sect, the star-picking sect. Moreover, Tan Tai Lien's stunning appearance had undoubtedly created a great beauty effect. 10 days ago, Tan Tai Lien, Yang Fan, and the others had started to challenge the arenas to train themselves. However, only Tan Tai Lien could dominate the arenas. She had not tasted defeat for 10 consecutive days and had already obtained the qualifications to be the arena master of the low-level arena. On the ranking list of the low-level disciples at the edge of the arena, Tan Tai Lien had already risen to the top 100. This ranking was based on the ranking of the strongest opponent she had defeated. What Tan Tai Lien wanted to do was to enter the top 10 and shut everyone's mouth. This was because she had also obtained the sect master's reward to enter the first level of the 7 stars paradise. At this moment, there were less than 2 months before the opening. Although she would definitely be able to enter, according to Dongfang Ting's intention, even if she obtained special permission, she would still occupy a spot. Therefore, it would be best if she could enter legitimately. Moreover, Tan Tai Lien also possessed this strength. 8th grade Zong, in addition to the powerful battle strength of the Phoenix inheritance, among the low-level disciples, there was still a high chance of entering the top 10. Even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, he would still be able to get some points if his ranking was close. Whoosh! Just as Tan Tai Lien was fighting with a low-level disciple, a stream of light streaked across the sky and appeared above the arena mountain. He immediately locked onto Tan Tai Lien, who was in the midst of a great battle. Immediately after, his powerful senses spread out and quickly found the auras of Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and Ni Jianpain. This figure was none other than Chen Hao. To Chen Hao's surprise, Yang Fan and the other 2 were all wounded. They were seated cross-legged in the outer area of the arena, cultivating themselves. "What's wrong with you 3? After quietly appearing in front of the 3, Chen Hao asked aloud. "Ah." Yang Fan and the others immediately opened their eyes in surprise. "You're out." "Yes." Chen Hao looked at the injuries on the 3 of them and replied with doubt. "Ha. Following your wishes, the 3 of us are slightly weaker. Thus, we've been defeated repeatedly and have continued to challenge. After all, there are no restrictions in this arena. If you lose, you can't go up. Furthermore, there are 6 low-level arenas. We can take turns." Li Yifeng said. "Not bad. Your ranking has risen to within the top 3,000. 7,000 low-level disciples. That's considered above average." Hearing their words, Chen Hao looked at the low-level disciples ranking in the distance and said. He wasn't surprised to see that Tan Tai Lien had risen to the 97th rank. The highest cultivation level of a low-level disciple was a 9th rank martial ancestor. Furthermore, there weren't many of them. There shouldn't be many who could threaten Tan Tai Lien. Chen Hao, you're going to start too? Li Yifeng asked. Yang Fan and Ni Jianpain also looked at Chen Hao with doubt. Of course. We naturally have to make use of such good cultivation conditions. Don't just fight blindly. Every time you fight, you have to comprehend something. Understood. The three of them said. Originally, they wanted to say something. However, when they thought of how abnormal Chen Hao was, they didn't say anything. So what if he was a first-rank martial saint? In the middle-level arenas, the three of them felt that although Chen Hao would definitely meet a strong opponent and lose, no one would be able to stop his rapid improvement. Xiaoyan's battle is over. Tell her to wait for me. I'll go play first. Chen Hao glanced at Tan Tai Lien, who had firmly gained the upper hand. He directly turned into a stream of light and flew to an intermediate ring in the distance where the winner had just been decided. Who else wants to fight? The victorious disciple exuded a strong aura as he faced the crowd below the arena and asked. Come down, Senior Chai Yi. If you're not a disciple in the top 100, no one can defeat you. You should wait until the end of the month to challenge again. This time, Senior Chai Yi will definitely enter the top 100. Below the arena, a disciple shouted at the young disciple on the arena. Ha, of course. Last month, I almost succeeded. This month, I'll definitely succeed. Is there really no one else? Chai Yi's face revealed a smug smile. There was a hint of loneliness of an expert. Although he knew that this was only the beginning of the month and no real experts had come. Being able to perform in front of so many fellow disciples was a rather mighty thing. Within the sect, how did one make a name for themselves? It was by relying on strength and the arena. I'll go. Just as Chai Yi was about to jump off the arena, a voice suddenly sounded. Chen Hao's figure was like a gust of wind as he floated onto the arena. HM. Chai Yi looked at the unfamiliar youth in front of him and slightly frowned. Who is this? Below the arena, many disciples also revealed astonished expressions. Those who dared to challenge Chai Yi were basically all middle-level disciples who were rank 7 or 8 martial saints. More or less, they should have some fame among the middle-level disciples. However, none of them had ever seen such a handsome young man before. Furthermore, looking at his age, he was clearly a few years younger. At most, he looked to be 17 or 18 years old. Junior brother, forgive me for being blind. How should I address you? My name is Chai Yi, rank 8 martial saint. I'm ranked 107th among the middle-level disciples. Chai Yi faintly thought of something but did not dare to be sure. He slightly cupped his fist and revealed a smile on his face as he asked. Senior Chai, it's normal that you don't recognize me. My name is Chen Hao, a new disciple. Chen Hao cupped his fist and said. Chen Hao. So it's you, haha. Chai Yi immediately laughed and said. Chen Hao. He's Chen Hao. Wow, awesome. Isn't he a rank 1 martial saint? He hasn't appeared for more than a month and he dares to challenge Senior Chai Yi. He's indeed very handsome. The crowd immediately burst into a buzz of discussion. Everyone looked at Chen Hao with burning gazes. The sudden commotion caused the disciples in the nearby arenas to hear it. Immediately, chaos. In an instant, countless disciples in the entire martial arts practice field swarmed toward the arena that Chen Hao was in. Although Chen Hao had not appeared for more than a month, it did not affect his fame in the star-picking sect. During this period of time, not to mention Tan Tai Lien, even without her, Chen Hao would have become the person that everyone wanted to meet. For a rank 3 sect like the star-picking sect to be able to recruit the second place of the 100 Empire ranking and draw with the champion, it was definitely a sensational matter. Quick, quick. Chen Hao is going on stage, after hearing the news, some of the disciples from the 100 Empire ranking in the low-level disciples area called out to familiar people and quickly ran over. As they were all from the 100 Empire ranking, they naturally felt a sense of closeness in the sects of the cultivation world. After all, the majority of the disciples in the sects were natives of the cultivation world. In the eyes of these natives, there was no doubt that they were inferior. Therefore, the more dazzling Chen Hao was, the more face they felt for the disciples of the 100 Empire ranking. Who said that we, disciples from low-level empires, were inferior to you natives? Quick, go and inform senior brother Kai Jin that Chen Hao has appeared, go and inform senior brother Nalan that Chen Hao has appeared. Just as the crowd swarmed towards the arena where Chen Hao was located, a few figures flashed and disappeared. These figures were the disciples that were ordered to wait for Chen Hao's appearance. The people they were going to inform were those ranked close to the top 10. They had long since received news that the sect master's reward for Chen Hao was the first or second floor of the 7 stars paradise. Moreover, the exact news was that as long as Chen Hao could rank in the top 20 of the middle-level disciples, he would be able to obtain a spot to enter the second floor. This was something that concerned their own interests. How could they not care? Junior brother Chen Hao, it's not bad that I, Chai Yi, obtained your maiden battle. I know that your battle prowess is very strong. However, I heard that you're only a rank 1 martial saint. So, be careful. I, your senior brother, will not hold back on the arena. Of course, I will try my best to not injure you. Chai Yi said with a slight smile. There was not a trace of disdain or ridicule in his eyes. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Hao said with a slight smile. Yao Yao made a gesture of invitation. Just at this moment, the middle-aged expert in charge of supervising the arena also stood up. His expression revealed a trace of expectation and seriousness as he looked at Chen Hao, who was about to start the battle. In this period of time, all the experts in charge of supervising the middle-level arenas had received Elder Wu's reminder. Once Chen Hao appeared, they must ensure his safety. After all, although there were experts overseeing the arenas, there would still be accidents sometimes. Especially when there were participants that suddenly erupted with their strength, they would be caught unprepared. By the time they reacted, they would have already lost their lives. And Chen Hao dared to challenge Chai Yi, a rank 8 martial saint. It was truly too shocking. It even made this expert feel that Chen Hao's confidence had reached the level of being arrogant and blinded. The majority of the crowd held this thought. The only ones that were filled with anticipation were Yang Fan and the other disciples that came out of the 100 Empire ranking. It was because they were the only ones that had seen Chen Hao's abnormal battle prowess. Especially those powerful absolute skills that came out one after another. They firmly believed that the rank 1 martial saint Chen Hao would have a shocking performance. Furthermore, he had only become a rank 1 martial saint over a month ago. Who knew if such an existence with such abnormal talent had improved again? Third update, last 2 hours. Friends who still have monthly votes, please vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. Chapter 201. A month has finally passed. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your tips and monthly votes. On the last day, it still exploded. Unwilling to accept it, I can only accept it. My brothers and sisters have done their best, and Wuxian has also done their best. After working hard for a month, my body is in serious condition. This month, I will still work hard, but I can't work so hard, otherwise, I really don't know when I will die. In a month, I smoked 7 cigarettes, used 2 bottles of essential bombs, and had a good night's sleep. This month, I really can't be like this. I need to adjust. Therefore, this month, I will ensure that the last 2 chapters, with intermittent outbursts. Today, the update will be late, probably at night. In the morning, I will go to acupuncture my shoulders and neck. At the same time, I will ask for a guarantee for the last month. Thank you, friends, for your tips this month. Chapter 202. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans in the afternoon sun shone on the mountains of the star-picking sect. Because of Chen Hao's appearance, the outer disciples' arena was bustling with activity that had never been seen before at the beginning of the month. One figure after another flew from the 10 peaks to the arena as fast as light. Cold Gleam Sword. In the arena, when Chai Yi and Chen Hao's auras soared to the peak, the great battle finally erupted. Chai Yi shouted, and a 3-inch long short sword appeared in front of him in a beam of light. Although this short sword was only 3 inches long and appeared to be more like a dagger, its appearance was extremely exquisite. It was exactly the appearance of a treasured sword. As soon as it appeared, a sharp and fierce aura spread out. It was glittering like a crystal, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Everyone felt waves after waves of sword chi surging with an extremely terrifying might. It can't be, right? Why did senior brother Chai Yi take out the cold gleam sword? Seeing this scene, many disciples who knew Chai Yi revealed shocked expressions. They were clear that this cold gleam sword was Chai Yi's greatest reliance. It was a treasure he had obtained from a fortuitous encounter in an ancient remnant. It was a flying sword with an artifact spirit. Although it was a medial-grade spirit artifact, it was extremely powerful. Especially among the outer disciples, it could be considered a famous treasure. In the past few days, Chai Yi had not used it. However, because of Chen Hao, he had actually taken out the cold gleam sword. Could it be that Chen Hao was already worthy of Chai Yi's caution? The crowd could not understand. This was because the aura that Chen Hao emitted in the arena was far from enough to make them feel terrified. It seemed like he was only an inferior grade martial sage. Junior brother Chen Hao, be careful. Chai Yi's expression turned grave as he spoke. Others could not sense it. Similarly, he could not sense how strong Chen Hao's aura was. However, he, who was facing his opponent head-on, relied on his sharp intuition to sense a dangerous aura from Chen Hao. When he thought of the rumors about Chen Hao, he did not dare to be careless. Xiao! Xiao! Whoosh! Whoosh! Along with Chai Yi's words, the short and exquisite cold light sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light, and under the joint control of Chai Yi and the artifact spirit, it directly spiraled and danced at a terrifying speed, condensing into a light shield completely composed of sword light. In an instant, it wrapped Chen Hao in it, sealing him from all directions and constantly closing in. Senior apprentice brother Chai Yi is too much of a bully. He used his ultimate move the moment he made his move. Seeing this, someone in the crowd said. What bully? That was how it should be. Isn't this Chen Hao merely the runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking, a brat from a low-rank dynasty of the secular world? He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dares to challenge a rank 8 martial saint. Does he really think that we are the same as those idiots on the 100 Empire ranking? From the looks of it, senior apprentice brother Chai Yi just wants to teach this kid a lesson, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a wild howl that reverberated through heaven and earth interrupted the laughter of the person who was speaking. Within that howl, there were surging fluctuations of origin power. It even exploded with a terrifying aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas, spreading out from Chen Hao's body. This is... Countless people suddenly widened their eyes and let out cries of disbelief. How is this possible? The disciple who spoke just now had an even more astonished expression. Rank 9 Martial Saint. On the stage, the eyes of the expert who was prepared to save Chen Hao flickered with a bright light. He was extremely shocked as he stared at Chen Hao. In the entire martial arts practice field, countless pairs of eyes were firmly staring at Chen Hao, who was howling madly. At this moment, Chen Hao, who was proudly standing on the stage like a mountain, had his star-picking robe fluttering. His hands were spread open, and he raised his head towards the sky. In between his brows, there seemed to be a heavenly gate that could tear apart space. Waves of terrifying aura surged out. Chen Hao's entire body slowly floated into the air. His incomparably valiant strength was like 10,000 horses galloping, like a flash flood erupting. He actually used absolute strength to forcibly crush the cold sword aura that Chai Yi had condensed. At this moment, Chen Hao was looking down at Chai Yi from above. His handsome face emitted the arrogance of a ruler descending upon the world. Rank 9 Martial Saint, he actually advanced to rank 9 Martial Saint. How is this possible? This is rank 9 Martial Saint. That's right. Only a rank 9 Martial Saint can open the heavenly gate and begin to connect heaven and earth. He actually advanced to rank 9 Martial Saint. It's only been a little over a month. At this moment, all the disciples were stupefied. They stared at the proudly standing Chen Hao and simply did not dare to believe their eyes. What kind of monster was this? Even Yang Fan and those who were familiar with Chen Hao opened their eyes wide in shock. No one had thought that Chen Hao would be able to advance to such a realm in a little over a month's time. In fact, even Chen Hao himself did not expect this. The treasure-hunting sword spirit also did not expect this. In the month of seclusion, Chen Hao had started from the Azure Dragon. In 7 days, he had completely comprehended and refined it. Furthermore, he had integrated it into the wood attribute spiritual sword. What surprised Chen Hao was that after truly obtaining the Azure Dragon's inheritance, he had broken through the first grade and stepped into the second grade Martial Saint level. According to Chen Hao's estimation, the energy required to step into the third grade from the second grade was several times more majestic than the energy required to advance from the first grade to the second grade. Even after comprehending and refining the White Tiger, it was impossible for him to break through again. However, he had only used 5 days to complete the White Tiger. What surprised him was that he had actually broken through to the third grade Martial Saint level. Moreover, the vermilion bird and the black tortoise that followed had also allowed Chen Hao to break through a grade. At this time, Chen Hao was already very surprised. However, after completing the Qilin, something even more shocking and exciting happened. After the 5 divine beasts had completely integrated into the 5-direction spiritual sword and the Xianhuang ring, a terrifying power that was almost unimaginable to Chen Hao actually erupted. It began to circulate through the Xianhuang ring on its own, allowing Chen Hao to break through the barrier with irresistible force. When he reached the 9th grade Martial Saint level, it finally calmed down, not to mention Chen Hao, even the experienced and knowledgeable treasure-hunting sword spirit did not expect this kind of terrifying advancement. With the 5 elements divine beasts gathered in one body, coupled with the Xianhuang ring, there was a superimposed effect. It was like the additional attributes that appeared after a complete set of combined spiritual weapons had completely erupted in Chen Hao's body, in a short period of 1 month and 10 days, a miraculous advancement. If it weren't for Chen Hao's special body, if it weren't for the 300 body tempering pills, soul refining pills, and mind clearing pills, Chen Hao really didn't know if his dantian and meridians would be able to withstand such a drastic improvement. On the entire mountain peak, there was a huge uproar. Every disciple, including those who had already rushed over, was hysterical, incomparably envious and crazily jealous in their hearts. Especially the disciples who were prepared to watch Chen Hao's show and ridicule him. At this moment, they were as silent as cicadas in winter and did not even dare to fart. 9th grade Martial Saint. Senior. Chen Hao, Chai Yi admits that he is no match for you. I will not make a fool of myself. Chai Yi finally came back to his senses, withdrew his cold gleam sword, and said while clasping his fists. Originally, he called him junior brother, but now he directly became senior brother. In the sect, the strong were respected, and those who had reached the top were respected. Those with higher cultivation were the elders, regardless of who entered the sect first. Chen Hao slightly smiled, clasped his fists in return, and did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and looked below the stage. His black eyes were shining with a bright light. No one dared to look at him directly, because everyone knew that the current Chen Hao was waiting for his next opponent. This was only the beginning of the month, and at this moment, Chai Yi was already considered a top expert. Who could be his opponent? Who dared to fight him? Ninth grade martial saint. Let me fight you. After a moment of silence, an indifferent voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. A figure slowly rose up, and immediately after, countless disciples burst into bursts of exclamations. Senior brother Kai Jin. It's actually senior brother Kai Jin. Phew. There's a good show to watch now. The crowd immediately burst into a buzz of discussion. No one thought that one of the top 10 experts of the middle disciples, Kai Jin, would appear at this time. Kai Jin, 9th grade martial saint, ranked 10th among the middle disciples of the outer court. If there were no accidents, this year, he would be qualified to enter the second level of the 7 Stars Paradise. However, Chen Hao's appearance threatened his position. Originally, he thought that there was no need for him to make a move. The disciples ranked 10th to 20th would be able to step on Chen Hao and enter the first level. But now, the strength that Chen Hao displayed caused some of the experts who had just arrived to have ugly expressions. They did not dare to act blindly without thinking. It was obvious that they did not have the confidence to defeat Chen Hao, and no one wanted to be the first to make a move. This was because Chai Yi, who was ranked 97th, had not tested Chen Hao's true strength. The gazes of these disciples were all focused on Kai Jin. Thus, when he saw Chen Hao standing proudly on the stage, Kai Jin had no choice but to make a move. Although these people were his competitors, they were also his helpers. It was inevitable for him to test the waters. Otherwise, even if Chen Hao defeated them, he would still be able to push Kai Jin down. After all, he had received accurate information that as long as Chen Hao entered the top 20, he would have the qualifications to replace him. In a short month, he has advanced to rank 9 martial saint. He does indeed have some ability. However, I believe that the sect master must have given him enormous benefits. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to advance so quickly. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow, building castles in the air. No matter what, I must seriously injure him, or even, kill him. This is the safest way, right? Kai Jin's expression was calm, but his eyes were flickering with a threatening light. He stared at Chen Hao as he slowly descended onto the stage. The killing intent in his heart was hidden extremely well. Originally, he did not have the intention to kill Chen Hao. However, at this moment, Chen Hao had suddenly advanced to rank 9 martial saint. This was something that he did not expect. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. There was no sense of security when one's fate was in the hands of others. If Chen Hao was only a rank 1 or 2 martial saint, it would be one thing. Kai Jin believed that the disciples ranked within the top 20, or even the top 50, would be able to defeat him. However, it was clearly impossible now. Thus, he could only rely on himself. Although there were experts in the arena, accidents could still happen. Especially for disciples who had the intention to kill their opponents, there was a high chance of success. Even if he succeeded, it would not affect him. The responsibility would be on the expert guarding the stage. Part 1. I was frightened today. The doctor said that my entire back is stiff. First, I used fire treatment, then I applied medicine in scraping sand. Next, I let out blood. I used needles and stabbed several areas on my back. Then, I placed a transparent fire pot on it. The blood really spurted out. The entire fire pot was dyed red. Although it was frightening, I felt that my back was much more relaxed after the treatment. I also felt more energetic when I wrote. I will try to finish the second chapter before 12. Finally, please recommend me and guarantee me a monthly vote. It's not very strong, but if you want to support Dark Mountain, then you should vote for Dark Mountain to encourage them. Chapter 203. The runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking is indeed extraordinary. You chose the Xiaoxing sect over the generous offer of a 7th rank sect. You must be here for the 7-star Grotto Heaven, right? I'm Kai Jin, ranked 10th. If you want everyone to be convinced, you'll have to defeat me first. Kai Jin stared at Chen Hao as his expression turned cold and stern. Please. Chen Hao smiled and cupped his fists. He did not seem to mind Kai Jin's provocation at all. The 7-star Grotto Heaven was indeed famous in the cultivation world. Even 7th rank and 8th rank sects did not have it. The benefits for Khanate realm cultivators were unparalleled. If it were not limited to the Khanate realm, the Xiaoxing sect would have gotten rid of the title of a 3rd rank sect. There were close to 10,000 disciples and only 30 spots were available for the 3 levels every year. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. Especially for the large number of low-ranked disciples, the competition was even more intense. Chen Hao could directly enter the 1st level as a reward. This was far more attractive than the inner disciple benefits promised by the 7th rank sections. Otherwise, the Xiaoxing sect would be too ungrateful and shabby. Moreover, because of the Heaven Way rules in the 7-star Grotto Heaven, some high-ranked disciples even deliberately suppressed the advancement of their cultivation level and confined themselves to the Khanate realm. Otherwise, once they entered the Golden Core realm and became an inner disciple, they would no longer be able to enter the 7-star Grotto Heaven. One could imagine how important the 7-star Grotto Heaven was. Kai Jin already had the ability to enter the Martial God realm half a year ago. However, like the 9 people ranked before him, they did not choose to break through the barrier. Instead, they suppressed the vigorous energy in their dantian and waited for the opening of the 7-star Grotto Heaven. If they could enter the Grotto Heaven to cultivate for 3 months and break through the Martial Sage realm and enter the Martial God realm, they would become a high-ranked disciple. Their strength would increase rapidly and the benefits they would gain would be far greater than the loss of half a year. Moreover, after becoming a high-ranked disciple, they would have a greater chance of breaking through to the 3rd level of the 7-star Grotto Heaven. The sect leader of the Xiaoxing sect was well aware of this. It was also because of this that he did not directly reward Chen Hao with the right to enter the 2nd level of the 7-star Grotto Heaven. Very well. Boom. As Kai Jin spoke, the resplendent and vigorous protective aura unrestrainedly erupted. He had lost half a year of suppression, and the qualification that was within his reach was snatched away by Chen Hao. How could he swallow this anger? He was very clear about the situation of the top 9. For the time being, he had no hope of winning. There wasn't much hope for the people behind him to challenge him. Although he was clear that someone was definitely hiding their strength, how could he not? Therefore, the biggest threat to him was Chen Hao. Top 20. As long as he could enter the top 20, he would be able to take away his qualification. Hiss. As Kai Jin used his energy, strange sounds of the air being torn rang out around him. In the blink of an eye, the protective aura around him became thicker and thicker, becoming purer and purer. Soon after, it actually condensed into a layer of solid armor around him. Sword light flickered on the armor like countless sharp and fine needles. Anything that approached would be instantly pierced and destroyed. Kai Jin snorted coldly. A crescent-shaped broadsword appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, charging viciously at Chen Hao. He was like a steel demon, extremely violent. Seeing Kai Jin's weapon, Chen Hao was slightly taken aback. In the secular world and the 100 Empire ranking, Chen Hao had seen people who used swords as their weapons. Other weapons were extremely rare. More people used broadswords. However, it was the first time he had seen a broadsword like Kai Jin's, which was more than 10 feet long. His aura and appearance were definitely extremely valiant. Moreover, this crescent-shaped broadsword had a cold and strong murderous aura. Obviously, it was one of the more powerful middle-grade spiritual weapons. Immediately, Chen Hao, who had been prepared, raised his palm and opened his 5 fingers. Then, he grabbed at Kai Jin, who was charging wildly at him. Clatter, the surrounding energy of heaven and earth was instantly activated by Chen Hao's own energy. The heaven's gate opened, and Chen Hao, who already had a trace of the power of heaven and earth, actually forcibly turned the energy of heaven and earth into a liquid that seemed to have substance. It was like layers of sticky glue that welcomed Kai Jin. "Break for me!" Kai Jin roared angrily and slashed with his broadsword. Instantly, a terrifying energy as vast as the mountains and seas tore apart the energy condensed by Chen Hao. The terrifying broadsword light cut the ground of the arena with a rumble. Along with a deep and constantly extending gully, it slashed at Chen Hao. What a powerful force! If it was a month ago, I wouldn't have been able to resist this move. Chen Hao thought in his heart. However, his palms did not stop as they continuously waved out. The vigorous and majestic energy turned into fused energy at this moment. Under the control of his powerful mental energy, the viscous energy that had been cut apart immediately closed up once again. In an instant, it had surrounded Kai Jin from all directions. "Trying to trap me? In your dreams." Although Kai Jin was shocked, he let out a roar and completely went crazy. He roared as he waved the broadsword in his hand. Bang bang bang. Countless terrifying saber lights spread out. The seals that Chen Hao had formed were constantly being slashed apart, but they continued to fuse together. Accompanied by Kai Jin's crazed roar, all the disciples below the arena were shocked, especially when they saw the calm and collected Chen Hao. They were even more shocked. Kai Jin was an expert ranked 10th, and Chen Hao actually lifted something heavy as if it was light and forced Kai Jin into a berserk state. How could he be so powerful? I'm already a half-martial god. After suppressing my strength for half a year, my energy is extremely condensed. How could I lose to him in terms of absolute strength? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kai Jin roared in his heart. He had completely lost his mind. The only thought in his mind was that he could not afford to lose. He could not afford to lose. If he lost, he would not be able to make up for the loss that he had put in for half a year. Bang! Just as Chen Hao's energy was about to confine Kai Jin from all directions, the protective aura around Kai Jin suddenly exploded. A terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth erupted like a broken dam in Jianghu. Following Kai Jin's beast-like roar, the energy that Chen Hao had unleashed dissipated instantly. The energy of the heavens and earth on the arena that was covered in the rules of space and covered an area with a circumference of over 1,000 zhang under the barrier surged toward Kai Jin. At the same time, Chen Hao was shocked to find that even the energy he sent out had instantly lost control. It was cut off from his mind and crazily surged toward Kai Jin, who was like a terrifying black hole that could devour everything in the world with the heavenly gate wide open above his head. Ranking up to the martial god realm. At this moment, Chen Hao, the experts guarding the ring, and the countless disciples below the ring all let out cries of surprise. Saber shattering the 8 desolates. Before anyone could react, Kai Jin, who had scattered Chen Hao's energy like a demon god, let out a crazy roar. As if he hadn't sensed his breakthrough, he leaped high into the air, raised his saber with both hands, and slashed down at Chen Hao. Crap! The expert guarding the arena was astounded. He could tell how powerful Kai Jin's attack was. Chen Hao was extremely dangerous. If he was killed, how was he going to explain it to the patriarch? Gasp! Without any hesitation, the expert raised his hand and waved at Chen Hao with his outstanding cultivation of the Golden Core realm. At that instant, a mystical rune emitting a terrifying energy transformed into a glowing barrier encapsulating Qianhao. Its speed was significantly faster than Kai Jin's saber glow. As long as it encapsulated Qianhao, his safety would be guaranteed. However, right at this moment, Qianhao's face flashed with a trace of cold and powerful fighting spirit. He flipped his palms outwards and pulled them back. Suddenly, he let out a wild howl and slapped out like lightning. Ao! 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 Energy surged out, whistling as it condensed into 18 lifelike dragons, as if real dragons had descended from the sky, stirring up a violent airflow. With an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth, they met Kai Jin's terrifying saber light head-on. Boom 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 boom. When the runes released by the Gold Core Realm expert enveloped Qianhao, the 18 dragons collided with the blade light at almost the same time. Terrifying explosions rang out unceasingly, and a large area of the entire arena collapsed. Even the protective barrier had countless cracks. The huge mountain peak shook violently. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire mountain peak contained a powerful restriction, it might have directly collapsed. When 8 of the 18 dragons were destroyed, Kai Jin's terrifying saber glow also disappeared. The remaining 10 dragons were still whistling toward Kai Jin. Merely, they had already lost Qianhao's control and lost their agility. Their attacks had also become much slower. They were easily killed by Kai Jin's continuous saber glow. Stop! At the moment when Kai Jin was charging toward Qianhao like a madman, the expert guarding the arena let out a loud shout. Then, a mysterious rune immediately enveloped Kai Jin. Kai Jin, you've already become a martial god. You still want to fight? The middle-aged expert descended between Qianhao and Kai Jin. He stared at Kai Jin and spoke with a stern voice. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He was not shocked that Kai Jin had become a martial god at such a time. Instead, he was shocked that Qianhao, who was only a rank 9 martial emperor, had sent out a palm strike that contained power that surpassed Kai Jin, who had become a martial god. If it wasn't for the protective barrier he had sent out that caused Qianhao to lose control of his palm strike, Kai Jin would likely have been knocked back. Martial god, the middle-aged expert's voice was like the evening drum and morning bell. It contained a heart-calming power that woke up Kai Jin from his madness. He, who was still frantically struggling, was immediately woken up. His complexion immediately turned deathly pale. Then, he looked to Qianhao with an incomparably ruthless gaze. Blue veins were bulging on his face. He clenched his fists tightly and his body started to tremble violently. Below the arena, everyone was watching this scene with stupefied expressions. As for those disciples with lower rankings like Kai Jin, they were filled with astonishment and lingering fear. Everyone knew that although the expert had protected Qianhao and stopped the battle, if he hadn't intervened, Kai Jin, who had become a martial god, would likely have been defeated by Qianhao. To be able to force Kai Jin into a state of madness, make him forget to suppress his own energy, and break through the barrier to become a martial god, what sort of strength did one need? To be able to block Kai Jin's frantic attack with 8 dragon-shaped energies, what sort of concept was that? Second update. Please recommend me, give me a monthly vote. Thank you. Calm to give me a recommendation vote. Chapter 204. Not bad. Junior sister, tell him later that if he's willing tomorrow night, he can follow me to the serious demonic area. In the air above the arena, 2 figures stared at Qianhao, who had defeated Kai Jin. One of the figures said with a tinge of admiration in his eyes. Serious demonic area? Senior sister Yi, can he do it? The other figure said in surprise. This figure was Dongfang Ting. The other figure who spoke was a core disciple of the star-picking sect, Yi Feishue, a true genius. In a short month, he was able to advance from a first-grade martial saint to a ninth-grade martial saint. Moreover, his energy is vigorous, comparable to a third or fourth-grade martial god. This is not something that can be done with talent alone. If I'm not wrong, he must have had a fortuitous encounter. This kind of person is someone who has great luck and fortune. It won't be easy for him to die. If he follows me, he might be able to advance by leaps and bounds again. You don't have to worry. With me here, I can guarantee his safety. Under the gazes of countless disciples, Kai Jin gritted his teeth and left the stage filled with anger and humiliation. Chen Hao stood on the stage, but no one dared to challenge him. As the crowd discussed, Chen Hao, Tan Tai Lien and the other four returned to the mountain where they lived. For now, he had achieved his goal. There shouldn't be any problems entering the second floor of the Seven Stars Paradise. Moreover, he was different from Kai Jin and the others. He did not need to suppress his cultivation. Even if he became a martial god in a month, he believed that the sect leader would not deprive him of the right to enter the second floor. Just like when he was allowed to enter the first floor. Now, he could break through to the third floor. It was difficult. And very difficult. After all, even if he became a divine, it would be impossible for him to enter the top 10 of the advanced disciples. The reason why martial saints could advance so quickly was because of the inheritance of the 5 divine beasts. After entering the divine realm, there were no divine beasts to merge with. Senior sister. When the 5 of them flew to the top of the mountain, a figure standing on a cloud appeared before Chen Hao and the others. After a month of closed-door training, you've actually become a rank 9 martial saint. I really don't know how you did it. Dong Fangting lightly smiled and said, you're all pretty good too. Don't compare yourself to him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you lose your confidence. Senior sister, if you want to compete with him, how can you still see us? You would have already died in a corner. Li Yifeng laughed. Senior sister, is there any good news? Chen Hao stared at Dong Fangting and asked. For you, I guess so. Senior sister recommended you to a core disciple, Senior sister Yi Feishue. What do you mean? Chen Hao was slightly stunned. Let's talk in the room. Dong Fangting said. Do you know why Xian wanted you to join the Imperial Sword Sect? After everyone entered the palace where Chen Hao was located, Dong Fangting looked at Chen Hao and asked. However, before Chen Hao could answer, she continued, in addition to receiving rewards from the sect, she actually wants to strengthen her forces. It shouldn't be long before she becomes a core disciple of the Imperial Sword Sect. In any sect, to become an inner disciple, one must first step into the Golden Core realm. As for core disciples, there are usually only a few dozen of them in each sect. Becoming a core disciple means that you will be the focus of the sect's nurturing. In the future, you will be the leader of the sect and the main figure. Basically, you will be a super strong person who stands out among the core disciples. Therefore, in any sect, the core disciples have to establish their own forces and supporters. This is the real reason why Xian wants you. Our Zhaixing sect currently has 24 core disciples. The inner disciples are also divided into 24 factions, which gather around the core disciples. Among the outer disciples, only those who are strong and talented will be chosen by the core disciples. They will receive good karma in advance to help you cultivate. When you are promoted to inner disciples, you will become part of their forces. To you, this will be an additional benefit. You'll have a backer in the sect. Senior sister Yi Feishue is one of the core disciples, ranked 6th. Nascent soul advanced stage. Senior sister belongs to her faction, so she recommended you to her. You don't have any objections, do you? No. Since senior sister is in her faction, it is only right for me to join. What about Xiaoyan and the other 3? Chen Hao asked. They are still low-level disciples now. They must at least step into the intermediate stage. Don't worry. One more thing, Senior Sister Yi wants me to ask you. Tomorrow night, she will enter the Heavenly Wolf Demon area to do something. She said she can bring you in. Will you go? Demon area? Chen Hao was slightly surprised. Yes, there will be several martial god advanced disciples and golden core experts with her. Just be careful. With Senior Sister Yi, you should not be in any danger. It will be a good opportunity for you to gain experience. Sure, no problem. Chen Hao agreed readily. Good. Tomorrow, you will meet Senior Sister Yi at Flying Snow Peak before 9 o'clock. That's settled. The demon area was an underground space in the cultivation world. It was filled with countless demon Dao experts. Like the cultivation world, there were countless demon Dao sections. There were detailed records in the summary of the Eastern continent, but only the stronger sects and regions of the demon area were recorded. There was no mention of the Heavenly Wolf Demon area. It should not be very strong. Otherwise, Yi Feishue would not have dared to bring Chen Hao and several martial god advanced disciples in. After Dong Fangting left, Chen Hao wanted to keep Tan Tai Lian and start a special cultivation method that the mysterious existence in his mind had passed to him through the phoenix. As long as he mastered it, he would be able to let the phoenix enter Tan Tai Lian's body without yin and yang intercourse. However, Chen Hao scratched his head when Tan Tai Lian said that men and women should not touch each other. Then, she left with Yang Fan and the other two. Chen Hao was depressed. So was Little Bird. They could only wait for the right opportunity. Whoosh! At the end of the evening, the sky was bright and the moon hung high in the sky. A stream of light flashed across the mountains of the Zhai Xing sect. Chen Hao held the Zhai Xing sect token in his hand. The token shone with a faint aura and guided him to Flying Snow Peak. Flying Snow Peak was named after Yi Feishue. In the Zhai Xing sect, each core disciple had their own peak. The peak was named after the core disciple. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao slowly descended toward a towering peak that was obviously taller than the surrounding peaks. Chen Hao. Just as Chen Hao landed in front of the gate at the edge of the peak, a young disciple guarding the gate smiled and asked. Yes. Greetings, senior brother. Chen Hao cupped his fists and said. You're welcome. We'll be on the same side from now on. I'm Tan Ming, an outer court advanced disciple. Let's go. We're only waiting for you. Tan Ming stared at Chen Hao with bright eyes without any arrogance. The runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking became an intermediate disciple right after entering the Zhai Xing sect. Furthermore, he rose from 1st grade martial saint to 9th grade martial saint and defeated Kai Jin, who had broken through to martial god. Who would dare to look down on him? It was good enough that they did not curry favor with him, okay. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Hao followed Tan Ming and quickly walked through the gate. Many majestic palaces stood on the peak. What surprised Chen Hao was that he actually sensed the auras of countless powerful cultivators. Senior brother Tan, isn't this peak Senior Sister Ye's peak alone? Why are there so many people? It's true that this peak is Senior Sister Ye's. However, Senior Sister Yi has close to 1,000 inner court disciples. There are cultivation areas on her peak. When you become an inner court disciple, Senior Sister Yi will also specially condense a palace for you. We inner disciples are constantly fighting amongst each other. Only by being able to unite as one will we be able to gain a foothold. I see. As they spoke, the two of them entered the core of the peak. It was the most majestic palace. More than 10 figures appeared in front of Chen Hao. Everyone's gaze instantly gathered on Chen Hao. Greetings, Senior Sister Yi. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sisters. Chen Hao said in a deep voice. Facing everyone's scrutinizing gaze, his expression was calm. Yi Feishue, who was sitting in the middle, looked at Chen Hao and smiled. She said, "Chen Hao, you're not bad. Senior sister, let me introduce you." As Yi Feishue spoke, she introduced more than 10 people to Chen Hao one after another. Including Chen Hao and Yi Feishue, there were a total of 16 people. 5 of them were Golden Core Realm experts who had just become Inner Court disciples. 9 of them were Outer Court high-ranked disciples. Only Chen Hao was a middle-ranked disciple. As for the 9 high-ranked disciples, their cultivation was between Grade 4 and Grade 6 Martial God Realm. This time, I'm going to the serious demon area to kill a demon Dao Loose cultivator expert. There are many low-rank earth demons that should be suitable for you to train. At that time, you just need to follow me. If there's an accident, I can remedy it in time. Okay. Let's go first. After Yi Feishue finished introducing the people present to Chen Hao, she continued. As she spoke, she waved her hand. Lines of talismans were released from her hand and wrapped around Chen Hao and the others. With a whoosh, Chen Hao felt a violent fluctuation in the space. Everyone had already flown out of the palace. There was a vague mysterious force that condensed everyone into one body and went straight into the clouds. Immediately, the night wind whistled and the white clouds rolled, condensing into a huge auspicious cloud below everyone. The moment the auspicious cloud condensed, the strong wind disappeared. Everyone turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the horizon at a speed of 1,000 miles in a breath. So fast. Chen Hao was slightly shocked as he spoke. Dong Fangting had also brought him to fly on the clouds before. However, their speed was far from comparable to Yi Feishue's. A nascent Soul Realm Core disciple is really powerful. Okay, the entrance to the Sky Wolf Demon area is below. Let's go down. In less than an hour, under Yi Feishue's lead, everyone had already crossed a distance of nearly 100,000 miles and arrived at a desolate mountain range. The thick fog made it impossible for everyone to see the scene below them. After descending for several thousand feet, a huge and deep crevice appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was pitch black and they couldn't see the bottom. Whoosh! Everyone directly drilled into the crevice. Immediately, bats and flying insects filled the sky and swept out. Open. After descending for another 1,000 feet, Chen Hao felt a strong demonic beast aura. At this moment, Yi Feishue lightly shouted. She took out a pitch-black talisman with both hands and abruptly activated her energy. P.S. First update, looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you Top Laver Brother for your reminder. Tan Ming's realm was mistaken by Dark Mountain and has been corrected. Thank you. Chapter 205. Hiss hiss hiss. A pitch-black light flickered, followed by a spatial distortion. Everyone appeared in a boundless underground world. A sinister wind blew, causing Chen Hao and the other Xiantian disciples to shiver involuntarily. Cold, it wasn't just the temperature, but the kind of cold that invaded one's mind. This is the Sky Wolf Demon Domain. Within a radius of several 100,000 miles, it is filled with endless earth demons and demonic beasts. Come, follow me. Yi Feishue said in a low voice, remember, do not absorb the heaven and earth energy here. It is filled with endless demonic qi. If you do not refine it in time, it will create illusions and even turn into a demon. I can only use pills to replenish my energy. Understood. Everyone replied. Other than Yi Feishue, Chen Hao and the other 15 people, including the 5 experts who had just entered the Golden Elixir realm, did not have any experience in the demon area. At this moment, there was a hint of excitement on their faces. However, Chen Hao suddenly realized a very serious problem. Senior Sister Yi, can you lend me some pills first? When I came, I forgot to prepare. Chen Hao scratched his head and said embarrassedly. He had indeed forgotten to prepare. He had long understood the special situation of the demon domain space from the summary of the Eastern continent, but he had not thought of the problem of elixirs when he came. After all, he always carried his elixirs with him. However, at this time, he remembered that after more than a month of seclusion, he had already used up almost all of the millions of medicinal pills he had. There were not many left, and he was once again a pauper. Training here for a day or two was still manageable, but if it was more than 10 days to half a month, with his medicinal pill swallowing ability, it definitely wouldn't be enough. I'll lend it to you. Here are 100,000 8th rank spirit pills. Senior sister Yi doesn't need our low-level pills. Tan Ming saw Yi Feishue frowning slightly and immediately took out a storage ring and handed it to Chen Hao. Thanks, senior brother Tan. I'll return it to you when we get back. Chen Hao said. There's no rush. It won't be too late to return it when you have it, Tan Ming said straightforwardly. Looks like you've consumed a lot of energy to improve so quickly. Yi Feishue glanced at Chen Hao and said. Chen Hao scratched his head awkwardly and didn't say anything. Forgetting to prepare, this excuse was really too lame. At the current level, who didn't have a storage ring? There was no one who did not carry medicinal pills and precious items with them. At this time, Chen Hao opened his mouth to ask for medicinal pills. It was obvious that he was so poor that he couldn't afford to eat. When we go back, senior sister will give you some. Yi Feishue's eyes flashed with a glimmer as she also straightforwardly said. As an experienced person, she didn't need to think too much to calculate how many medicinal pills Chen Hao would have had when he entered the sect. The rewards for the first runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking would not be small. At the very least, he would need hundreds of thousands or even close to 1,000,000 level 8 spirit pills, and this was without considering whether Chen Hao had any savings. But now, he had actually used it all up. Moreover, he, who was in seclusion, couldn't have gone to the Chamber of Commerce to spend it. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had swallowed and refined all of it. What did it mean for a martial sage to consume over 1,000,000 elixirs in a month's time? At the very least, Yi Feishue had not been able to do so when he had been a martial sage. Aside from being filled with dense spiritual qi and demonic qi, this space of the demonic domain was no different from the outside world. Mountains, rivers, exotic flowers, herbs, mines, and so on could be found. Chen Hao and the rest followed Yi Feishue and advanced quickly. The demonic qi also became more and more intense as they went deeper. Everyone retracted their auras, carefully preventing the demonic qi from entering their bodies. CSISI. GAGGA. Just as the group advanced quickly for 100 li, a SISI sound suddenly appeared in front of them. Instantly, strange cries rang out. Eerie blue eyes appeared in the dark space of the demonic domain, fiercely charging towards Chen Hao and the rest. Dark demonic eagles. Yi Feishue, who was in front, suddenly stopped and said, Chen Hao, I'll leave this area to you. Okay. Whoosh. Chen Hao responded and took a step forward. The 5 elements golden sword in his hand shone with a resplendent golden light as he charged towards the dozens of flying dark demonic falcons at lightning speed. Dark demonic eagles were earth demons with the strength of an 8th grade martial sage. In Yi Feishue's opinion, 1 or 2 of them would not be a challenge to Chen Hao. However, if there were dozens of them, it should be able to temper Chen Hao. Especially since the attacks of these earth demons contained dense demonic qi, which was very different from the demonic beasts of the outside world. They were able to disturb the mind of a cultivator. In addition, when cultivators fought in the demonic domain, they had to rely on elixirs to recover their energy. Naturally, their battle strength would be affected. Senior sister, can Chen Hao do it alone? Tan Ming asked with a frown when Chen Hao charged towards the dark demonic eagles. He should be able to. Although he's only a 9th grade martial sage, his battle strength should not be much weaker than yours. 38 of them, he should be able to handle them, eh? Yi Feishue said with a trace of expectation as she looked at Chen Hao. However, just as she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned and revealed a trace of astonishment. Could it be that he wants to fight in close combat? When Chen Hao was 300 meters away from the dozens of dark demonic eagles, he did not use his sword to attack. Instead, he continued to approach them. This caused her to feel astonished. One must know that the most powerful aspect of the dark demonic eagles was their speed. Furthermore, they were different from the solitary eagles of the outside world. The dark demonic eagles appeared in groups. Combined with their frightening speed, their group attacks were very powerful. Especially when they were surrounded, their sharp beaks could easily tear apart a martial sage's protective aura. Pu, just as Yi Feishue approached and prepared to assist Chen Hao at the crucial moment, Chen Hao, who had charged into the group of dark demonic eagles, finally drew his sword. Without giving the crowd too much time to imagine, the basic sword technique of the star-picking outer sect, the flowing cloud sword technique, surged out. Clouds are impermanent, moving with the wind and changing with the thunder. After comprehending the true essence of the wind attribute and holding the golden sword that contained boundless thunder attribute energy, Chen Hao made the flowing cloud sword technique produce an effect that no one could have imagined. The sword's momentum was erratic and unpredictable. When the sword was drawn, it was like thunder descending from the heavens. In a breath's time, the sky was filled with arrows of blood. Not a single one of the extremely fast dark demonic eagles could get close to Chen Hao without dying. Powerful. Indeed, he has comprehended the profoundness of strength. The essence of the flowing cloud sword technique has been displayed to the extreme. Yi Feishue's figure froze as she spoke with a trace of surprise and admiration in her eyes. In just 2 short moments, 38 dark demonic eagles had all died under Chen Hao's sword. Without exception, all of them had their throats pierced. After killing them, Chen Hao did not stop. He directly used the golden sword to pick out a black crystal that resembled a demonic beast's core from the corpses of the dark demonic eagles. This was called a demonic core. The crystal contained boundless natural energy and demonic aura. It was even more berserk than a demonic beast's core. It could be used to refine weapons and pills. Its value was even higher than a demonic beast's core of the same level. That was because a cultivator could refine a demonic beast's core to make their temperament more tenacious and their spirit more condensed. They would not be invaded by external evil and would not be confused by illusions. After reaching a certain level, their mind would be able to emit a righteous aura that could suppress evil. Junior brother Chen Hao is actually so powerful. Admirable. Tan Ming praised from the bottom of his heart. As a rank 5 martial god, he was confident that he would not be able to do it as cleanly as Chen Hao. Senior brother is overpraising me. Chen Hao said with a faint smile. He knew very well that Yi Feishue wanted him to come to this battle to see his true strength. After estimating it, he would be able to arrange a suitable battle for him. Therefore, Chen Hao would naturally not hide his strength. Otherwise, the training this time would not have been of any use. Very good. If you can comprehend the true essence of the lightning attribute, the power of the flowing cloud sword technique will increase by 30%. That would truly be turning something rotten into something magical. You can try to comprehend it. Let's go, we'll continue to go deeper. Yi Feishue pointed with bright eyes. Chen Hao was slightly stunned. It was as if her words had woken him up from a dream. Thinking back, he was threatened by Yang Fan's wind attribute's true essence. That was why he tried to comprehend the wind attribute's true essence and succeeded in the end. But until now, Chen Hao had not truly used his heart to comprehend any true essence. Of course, there was basically no one who would specially try to comprehend anything. After all, any true essence of the heavenly law could only be discovered and not sought. It was not something that could be comprehended just because you insisted on comprehending it. The reason why Yi Feishue said this was because she felt that Chen Hao had already displayed the essence of the lightning attribute energy to the extreme. There was a faint trace of comprehension of the lightning attribute's true essence. That was why she reminded him. More than 10 people, in the vast space of the devil domain, would battle whenever they encountered an earth demon. It was all arranged by Yi Feishue. If it was not an individual battle, then it was not a group battle. If it was not a very strong battle, then it was the matter of Chen Hao and the other Xiantian disciples. The strong ones were handed over to the Golden Core experts. And after every battle, Yi Feishue would hit the nail on the head and point out everyone's weaknesses, flaws, and the direction they should work towards. Especially the few Xiantian disciples. Under this kind of enlightening guidance, they benefited greatly. On the contrary, every time Chen Hao appeared, Yi Feishue would be unable to say anything. Because Chen Hao's performance, relative to his realm, had already reached the realm of perfection, Yi Feishue also wanted to pick out some flaws and give some pointers to strengthen this good karma. Unfortunately, Chen Hao did not give her the chance. Under such circumstances, it directly led to the number of times Chen Hao appeared, far exceeding Tan Ming and the rest. Furthermore, the battles arranged for Chen Hao became more and more terrifying. 1. After a full 10 days, everyone advanced as they fought. They had advanced for tens of thousands of miles. A few hundred miles away, a faint blue light appeared, like a ghost fire. And at this moment, the black token that Yi Feishue used to enter the space of the devil domain suddenly flew out in front of her and let out a buzzing sound. It has finally appeared. Yi Feishue's expression changed slightly. 2 rays of cold light flashed in her eyes as she muttered. "Senior sister, is it a Toda Ito?" A Golden Core expert asked. Second update, third update before 12 o'clock. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 206. That's right. The Wantong Chamber of Commerce's information is indeed accurate. Be careful later. This Atoda is at the peak of the nascent soul realm. If I want to defeat him, I will need to go all out. You just need to help me kill the low-level earth demons near the demonic god altar. Do what you can. Yes. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they replied. I will kill my way over first. You guys follow me. Yi Feishue said and disappeared in front of everyone. Let's go. Kill as many earth demons as possible and help senior sister. This Atoda is a rogue cultivator of the demonic Tao. He roams the cultivation world and specializes in killing and robbing. Many rogue cultivators and sect disciples have lost their lives in his hands. A senior brother that senior sister Yi thought highly of was killed by him. This time, senior sister Yi paid a huge price to buy the information that he is hiding here. We can't let him escape. The Golden Core Realm disciple who spoke just now said. He was the strongest among the 5 Golden Core Realm experts. Obviously, he had followed Yi Feishue for a while and knew more about the situation. Itoda is at the peak of the nascent soul realm, while senior sister Yi is only at the late nascent soul realm. Senior brother Li Jing, senior sister Yi won't be in danger, right? Another Golden Core Realm disciple asked as everyone quickly flew towards the blue light in the distance. Don't worry. Senior sister Yi is the 6th core disciple of our star-picking sect. Although it will be difficult, she will definitely be able to kill Atoda. Senior sister Yi has just obtained an inheritance from a relic. Although she didn't reveal it, she must have obtained an amazing harvest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought us here. We only need to kill the earth demons near the demonic god altar. Boom! 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 When Chen Hao and the others were approaching, terrifying energy explosions were heard from afar. Obviously, Yi Feishue had started a massacre. A moment later, everyone arrived at an area of several dozen kilometers covered in a blue light. The blue light came from a circular altar with a diameter of 3,000 meters in the center of this area. It condensed into a blue protective barrier. Tens of thousands of earth demons with powerful auras and huge figures surrounded the altar. Countless dark demon eagles flew in the sky and madly attacked Yi Feishue, who had already reached the altar. This scene shocked even Chen Hao, especially the towering altar, which was more than 1,000 feet high. Countless human skulls and black crystals were embedded in it. The dim blue light was emitted from the eyes of these skulls, which were like aurora pillars supporting the entire protective barrier. At the center of the altar, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. At this moment, her body was violently trembling. Obviously, she was cultivating some kind of secret technique and had entered a critical moment. She emitted an endless pressure and a strange aura. Just a glance was enough to make people feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. At this moment, Yi Feishue's body was emitting a bright golden light. Within the golden light, there were streaks of lightning. She stood in the air and didn't need to make a move. The earth demons that were charging at her were turned into thick smoke within 1,000 feet of her. Their bodies were directly crushed. A huge rune was condensing in front of her, crazily devouring the energy of heaven and earth. The buzzing sound was earth-shattering. The incomparably powerful aura shocked Chen Hao and the others. Especially Chen Hao. Until now, this was the first time he had seen the unparalleled power of a nascent soul realm expert. Just the aura of this power made him feel terrified. It was definitely not something he could resist. Kill. Quickly kill. Before the seal is broken, the more earth demons we kill, the more advantageous it will be for senior sister Yi. The Golden Core Realm expert shouted. Ha ha ha. Is everyone here? Very good. Seal for me. When Chen Hao and the others rushed into the crowd of demonic beasts, on the altar, the figure who seemed to have reached a critical juncture suddenly burst into laughter. Sitting cross-legged, he raised his hands and formed a series of seals at lightning speed, continuously slamming them out. Not good. Quickly retreat. Almost at the same time, Yi Feishue, who was crazily condensing energy to break the blue barrier, suddenly exclaimed. Hiss. Hiss. Too late. Ha ha ha. The figure laughed wildly. The blue light barrier suddenly emitted pillars of light, like spiraling ropes. In an instant, they crossed a distance of thousands of feet and entangled Chen Hao and the others without any suspense. With a swallow and a spit, Chen Hao and the more than 10 disciples were sucked into the light barrier without any resistance. They were locked to the ground of the altar and could not move at all. At that instant, everyone, including Chen Hao, could feel a great sense of terror. What was going on? Why was Yi Feishue unable to stop it? Break for me. At the same time, Yi Feishue's expression was dignified to the extreme. He let out a loud shout and suddenly circulated the energy in his body. He urged the terrifying runes to meet the blue snakes released by Edo Ta. Little late nascent soul stage, you overestimate yourself. Lock. Rumble. In an instant, Yi Feishue's runes exploded. The immortal binding rope that Edo Ta had condensed all his energy to successfully entangle Yi Feishue. Like Chen Hao and the others, he was sucked into the barrier. Yi Feishue struggled crazily, but the rope on his body was getting tighter and tighter. Impossible. Impossible. Yi Feishue also lost his calm. His eyes flashed with shock as he stared at Edo Ta. Why is it impossible? I, Edo Ta, have dominated the world of cultivation. If I was so easily killed by you so-called sect geniuses, how could I live until now? When you entered the heavenly wolf demon domain, I already knew that this altar was made for you. Not to mention a puny late nascent soul stage cultivator like you, even a peak nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't be able to escape from me. Ha ha ha. However, since you were able to find this place, you must have received accurate information, right? It seems that I have to change my body again. Your body is not bad, but it's a pity that you're a woman. I can play with you. Ito Ta looked at Yi Feishue, who was clenching his teeth, and said lightly. At the same time, he slowly stood up and said, "Don't struggle. It's useless under my immortal binding array. As long as I activate the array, you will be able to condense essence pills in half an hour. TSK, you must be the core disciple of the Zhaixing sect, Yi Feishue. Late nascent soul stage, a virgin body. It's just right for me to take over your body and balance your yin and yang, haha. Shameless. Ito Ta, if you dare to touch me, our Zhaixing sect will definitely crush you to pieces. Naive. Do you think I'm scared? You geniuses in the birdcage all say the same thing before you die. It's really boring. Shut up and don't try to commit suicide. It's useless. Your energy has been sealed by my array formation. Ha. As Ito Tai spoke, he looked at the several Golden Core realm disciples. They are all in the early Golden Core stage. It's fine if they are in the early Golden Core stage, but this appearance. When Itoda looked at Chen Hao, his eyes suddenly lit up. TSK. What a strong and masculine blood qi. His body is strong, and he looks so young and handsome. Great. It's you. TSK. Rise. Itoda had a look of excitement on his face as he laughed heartily. He had roamed the world of cultivation and committed all sorts of evil deeds. He had killed countless sect disciples, but he was still alive and well. This was all thanks to the demonic path body possession technique. He often changed his appearance, causing his life aura to completely change. In addition to his cautious personality, he would change his body almost every half a year. In addition to avoiding being hunted down, he also wanted to find a body with a strong talent for the body. Although Chen Hao in front of him only had the aura of a martial saint, the vigorous yang blood qi in his body made him, who was sensitive to the body, very surprised and excited. Not to mention, Chen Hao's young and handsome face was simply to his liking. With this appearance and with his strength, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased? As soon as he said the word rise, a vigorous and terrifying evil energy wrapped around Chen Hao and slowly floated in front of him. What are you doing? Chen Hao did not struggle as the energy wrapped around him. His dark and deep eyes were as calm as water as he stared at the terrifying existence in front of him. What courage, what a pure willpower. It seems that to destroy you, I will have to spend some effort. TSK. Ito Ta, don't you dare. He is the most talented disciple among the new disciples of the star-picking sect. He is very likely to be the future sect leader. If you dare to touch him, the sect leader will personally kill you. Is that so? Is he more important than you, a core disciple? Of course. That's the best. What's his name? Chen Hao. A super genius who reached the 9th grade martial saint at the age of 16. If you don't want to die, you'd better let him go. Let us go. I, Yi Feishue, am a woman of my words. This matter is written off. In the future, I will not find trouble with you. Good. Very good. I am tired of using the name Ito Ta. In the future, I will be Chen Hao. TSK. I have not tasted the feeling of being a sect disciple. Don't be too excited. I know you have the seal of life and death. Unfortunately, in my immortal trapping formation, no information can be transmitted. Seal. Yi Feishue wanted to say something, but Ito Ta sent out a ray of energy. Suddenly, a bright blue light rose from the altar and covered everyone. Possession technique, astral projection. Hiss. Following Ito Ta's shout, the energy in his body converged to the extreme. Suddenly, a nascent soul that looked exactly like Ito Ta came out from his dantian. At the same time, a colorless and invisible energy wave came out from between his eyebrows and merged with the nascent soul. It turned into a ray of light and entered Chen Hao's mouth. The moment it entered Chen Hao's body, Ito Ta's nascent soul rushed into Chen Hao's dantian. The liquid energy in Chen Hao's body surged and gathered towards Ito Ta's nascent soul. At the same time, there was a loud explosion in Chen Hao's mind. Ito Ta's soul had forcibly entered Chen Hao's mind. Kid, go to hell. Ha ha ha. Ito Ta laughed wildly. He was a little surprised that he could break into Chen Hao's mind so easily. Just now, Chen Hao was calm and his eyes were sharp. He thought that Chen Hao's soul was very stubborn and his mind was very strong. If he wanted to destroy his soul, it would take a lot of effort. But now, it was broken so easily. Idiot. Of all the choices, you chose to possess my body. You are digging your own grave. Third update. Brothers and sisters who are guaranteed monthly votes, vote for Wuxian. Thank you. Chapter 207. Along with Chen Hao's cold and arrogant voice, a stream of condensed and powerful soul power suddenly exploded in his mind. From all directions, it condensed into a heaven and earth cage, blocking all of Ito Ta's soul attacks. Furthermore, it directly trapped Ito Ta's soul within it. Soul force was a power that everyone was born with. The stronger the soul, the stronger the power. The most direct manifestation of a powerful soul was the eyes and aura. A person with a firm will and a resolute heart often had a powerful soul. In the Hotian and Xiantian realms, soul force could not be changed at all. Only after reaching the Golden Core realm, especially the nascent soul realm, the soul of a cultivator would begin to strengthen, but the strengthening was very limited. However, because Ito Ta practiced the demonic art of possession, his soul was far stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, when he saw Chen Hao, although Ito Ta felt that Chen Hao's soul was much stronger than ordinary Xiantian realm cultivators, he did not care. With his cultivation base at the peak of the nascent soul stage, coupled with the countless experiences of possession, how powerful was his soul. Not to mention Chen Hao, he was not afraid of a super genius at the peak of nascent soul realm. But at this moment, facing the majestic soul energy that directly sealed him from all directions, Ito felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He had always been careful and cautious, but he did not expect that there would be a problem in this link that did not have a problem at all. He was obviously a Xiantian realm cultivator, how could his soul force be so strong? Not only did it seal his soul in an instant, but even his thoughts could not be leaked out. What was more terrifying was that the connection between his soul and his nascent soul was also forcibly cut off. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can your soul be so strong? Everything is possible. Heaven wants you to die, die. Chen Hao's cold voice was like a punishment from heaven, and the powerful soul force, along with his voice, suddenly violently crushed Ito Ta in his mind. Boom! 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 A terrible soul storm broke out in Chen Hao's mind, and the soul war was once again staged in Chen Hao's mind. This was different from the battle between Chen Hao and himself in the past. At this moment, Chen Hao was like a monarch descending upon the world. This was the space he ruled, and he was the master of this place. Similarly, the difference was that Chen Hao's soul war was the most profound fusion, not the destruction. Strictly speaking, his soul was a mutated existence. Just how strong was he? What's more, in this absolute dominating space, Chen Hao was not fighting alone. The moment Chen Hao launched his attack, ow ow ow. Ga! A cry that resounded throughout the heavens and earth exploded in his mind. Qilin Patu. Dragon rises from the abyss. Tiger descends the mountain. Vermilion bird spreads its wings. Turtle snake overturning the sea. Phoenix burns the sky. At this moment, the power of the inheritance of the 5 mythological beasts and the phoenix became Qianhao's trump card. It erupted with a bang, and accompanied by Ito Ta's miserable screams, Qianhao rapidly destroyed Ito Ta's soul force. Yi Feishue and the others were completely confined by the immortal binding formation condensed by the altar. They couldn't move their bodies, and couldn't even speak. They could only see with their eyes. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Qianhao. However, they already knew that after a while, this Qianhao would no longer be Qianhao, but Ito Ta, the king of hell. Facing the impending death, everyone's eyes were filled with endless unwillingness, especially Yi Feishue, because she seemed to have seen the humiliation she was about to face. Death was not scary. What was scary was the way to die, and in the hands of such a devil. Remorse. Yes, remorse for her naivety, remorse for her overconfidence, remorse for not listening to the earnest advice of the sect leader and the elders. If not for that, she wouldn't have fallen into such a hopeless situation. If not for that, she wouldn't have dragged down so many junior brothers and sisters. Boom boom boom. After half an hour, in Qianhao's mind, Ito Ta's soul was left with the last condensed soul essence. As long as this soul essence was destroyed, it meant that Ito Ta's soul was destroyed. However, at this moment, Qianhao, who was wholeheartedly trying to destroy Ito Ta's soul, was suddenly interrupted by the surge of terrifying energy in severe pain in his dantian. Ito Ta's nascent soul was the crystallization of his life's energy. How terrifying was the energy of the peak of the nascent soul realm. Although the connection between Ito Ta's soul and nascent soul was cut off, there was still a fundamental connection between the soul and nascent soul. Simply speaking, the nascent soul could be compared to Ito Ta's spiritual tool. As long as Ito Ta's soul was not destroyed, his imprint would always be on the nascent soul. However, if Ito Ta's soul was destroyed, the imprint would disappear. Then, the difference between the nascent soul and the spiritual tool was that the nascent soul without the imprint would become ownerless energy, explode, and merge with the heaven and earth again. What should I do? At this moment, Qianhao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he stopped. Otherwise, if he completely destroyed Ito Ta's soul, at this moment, his physical body would be directly turned into ashes by the terrifying energy of the nascent soul's explosion. Peak of the nascent soul realm. I am only a 9th grade martial saint. There is a huge gap between us. Moreover, this energy is too high level and filled with endless demonic aura. I seem to be unable to refine it, with such a condensed and majestic high-level energy. Although Qianhao was very reluctant, he had to make a decision in an instant to push the nascent soul out of his dantian and release it. Otherwise, it would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He would definitely die from overeating. However, when Qianhao's mind merged with his dantian and tried to use his energy to push the nascent soul out of his dantian, something that gave Qianhao a headache happened. His powerful liquid energy was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It could not move the slightest bit. What made Qianhao even more frightened was that if he did not push it, it would be fine. If he pushed it, his energy began to merge with the nascent soul again. Ha ha ha. Qianhao, don't kill me. Otherwise, you will also die, you will also die. Only let me temporarily control your body and control the nascent soul, then I will leave your body. Your soul is strong, I can't take over your body. Don't worry, I promise not to kill you and them. This matter is over. At this moment, Ito Ta, who finally had a chance to breathe, said in Qianhao's mind. Do you think I am an idiot? Don't you trust me? I, Ito Ta, always keep my words. Keep your words, how can you live until now? Shut your beak. Qianhao said coldly, trap him for me, don't let him die. Yes. The 5 divine beasts and the phoenix responded at the same time. Do you have any way? Chen Hao asked. No. If it's external energy, we can help you destroy it, but it's in your dantian, so there's no way. The phoenix said. Damn it, the treasure-hunting sword spirit shrank again. When it's time for him to make a move, he's soft. Chen Hao said gloomily. When he entered the devil domain space, the treasure-hunting sword spirit would bubble from time to time, but now, there was not even a trace of aura. Logically speaking, the treasure-hunting sword spirit had a terrifying devouring ability. Although the nascent soul was strong, he should be able to devour it, right? Could it be that because it was a devil Dao nascent soul, he could not devour it? Otherwise, why didn't he make a sound? What Chen Hao did not know was that the treasure-hunting sword spirit did want to make a move, but unfortunately, it was stopped by the terrifying existence in Chen Hao's mind. Therefore, he simply pretended to be dead. Motherfucker. Chen Hao suddenly opened his eyes and cursed again. He was very depressed. At this moment it was as if a bomb had been placed in his dantian and a malignant tumor had been placed in his mind. This malignant tumor was the engine of the bomb and could not be removed. And with the bomb, he could not even use his own energy. It could be said that Chen Hao was now a martial artist with a strong physical body and was in a half-crippled state. Senior sister, scram. Don't come over. When Chen Hao stood up and looked at Yi Feishue and shouted, Yi Feishue immediately cursed in horror from the sealed light screen. Unfortunately, Chen Hao could not hear her at all. Seeing Yi Feishue's frightened appearance, Chen Hao slightly frowned and said, Senior sister, I am Chen Hao. That guy did not succeed in seizing the body and is now under my control. Itoda, you will not have a good death. Yi Feishue could hear Chen Hao's words, but how could she believe it? Therefore, her expression was still filled with anger, fear, and unwillingness as she cursed. Although he could not hear it, Chen Hao could determine what Yi Feishue was saying from the shape of her mouth. Helplessly shaking his head, Chen Hao looked at the others. However, when they saw Chen Hao, their eyes were also filled with hatred and fear. Chen Hao was extremely depressed. Obviously, no one believed that he was Chen Hao. I am Chen Hao. I don't care if you believe it or not, anyway, I am. Fuck, what's the use of me believing it? You have to believe it too. Senior sister Yi, listen to me first. The so-called seizing body, I am not very clear about it, but I think it should be to destroy my soul. It should not be to obtain my memories. Otherwise, before he started seizing the body, he would not deliberately ask you about my name and situation. Am I right? Senior sister Yi, you can ask me any question. Try to see if I am Chen Hao or not. Just ask, I can tell what you want to say from the shape of your mouth. This is one point. Also, if I am Itoda, why would I talk nonsense with you now? Let's start. Let's not talk about this. Senior sister Yi, you can ask. Chen Hao said. At this moment, Chen Hao was really out of ideas. He was unable to use his energy. Naturally, he was unable to use Itoda's immortal binding formation. He was also unable to help Yi Feishue and the rest break the seal. Furthermore, even if he had the ability now, he would not dare to do so. If he broke the seal, wouldn't Yi Feishue think that he was Itoda and kill him? Not to mention Yi Feishue, anyone here had enough ability to kill him now. Chen Hao's words caused everyone's eyes to flicker. Obviously, they had not completely lost their rationality and ability to distinguish right from wrong. Others might not know, but Yi Feishue knew about seizing the body. It was exactly as Chen Hao said. Seizing the body is to destroy the other party's soul and occupy the body. As for the mysterious memories, it is impossible to obtain them from the other party's mind. Furthermore, although Chen Hao's words were crude, it was very reasonable. If he was Itoda, why would he waste time? He should have done it to himself earlier. First update. The update is a bit late. Sorry, I did not leave my house for more than a month and accumulated a lot of things. I went out in the morning to do some work. Friends who finished reading, please support Wuxian. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes, thank you. Chapter 208. Yi Feixue took a deep breath and stared at Chen Hao. He deliberately spoke slowly so that his mouth could be more distinct. He asked, "Who recommended you to me?" "Senior Dong Fong Ting." "What's your relationship with her? When did you meet? After entering the star-picking sect, what did you do?" Yi Feixue asked several questions in a row. Chen Hao answered smoothly without any mistakes. This made Yi Feixue, who was in despair, gradually become excited. Although Tan Ming and the others, who were also sealed, could not hear what Yi Feixue said, they could hear Chen Hao's words. Obviously, this seal was only a one-way seal. It was also because Ito Ta was afraid that people would affect his possession. Is this true? How did you do it? After a few minutes, Yi Feixue finally confirmed that the person standing in front of her was Chen Hao and not Ito Ta. Her voice was filled with excitement and surprise. "I don't know the details. He entered my mind and wanted to destroy me. But halfway through, his soul seemed to be injured for some reason and he was controlled by me. Senior sister, now the array has lost Ito Ta's control. After a while, it should be loose. You can try to break it." Chen Hao said. "I can't break it. I can't break it. This immortal binding formation is an extremely famous demonic formation of the demonic path. It can completely seal and suppress the energy of cultivators of the same level. The energy in my body can't be activated at all. I can only wait for the energy of this formation to run out." Yi Feixue glanced at the energy crystals that were still emitting a bright blue light on the altar and said, "We can only wait. Don't touch those energy crystals. Once they explode, not only you, but all of us will be killed by the energy. At most 3 days, the energy should run out." Chen Hao slightly frowned and pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded. At this moment, Chen Hao's spiritual power and elemental energy had already merged into one. Once there was any fluctuation, it would be swallowed by Ito Ta's nascent soul. Fortunately, the nascent soul had lost Ito Ta's control. It just floated in Chen Hao's dantian and did not take the initiative to attack. The demonic aura contained within the nascent soul also caused Chen Hao's energy to automatically avoid it. Otherwise, Chen Hao definitely wouldn't have any energy left at this moment. Under such circumstances, if Chen Hao encountered an accident while trying to break the formation, he would be in real danger. Therefore, Chen Hao did not say much. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. Now that everyone was safe, he would try to deal with the nascent soul in his dantian. However, Chen Hao understood that the treasure-hunting sword spirit had turned into a coward. It was definitely the work of the mysterious existence in his mind. Since he did this, there must be a reason. Therefore, Chen Hao was sure that there must be a way. Chen Hao slowly immersed his mind into his body and carefully moved towards his dantian. This was a pure thought, without the slightest bit of energy. The moment Chen Hao's mind merged into his dantian, something that shocked Chen Hao happened. The space between his eyebrows suddenly throbbed violently. A weak rune containing a trace of strange energy slowly condensed in his dantian, as if it was deliberately demonstrating for Chen Hao. After the rune was completed, it slowly covered the nascent soul. The moment the rune completely enveloped the nascent soul, the majestic demonic aura emitted by the nascent soul suddenly seemed to be blocked, and there was no longer a trace of it escaping. What surprised Chen Hao even more was that Chen Hao's mind was completely connected to the rune. There was indeed no demonic aura in his dantian, but Chen Hao's mind could clearly sense the rolling demonic energy in his nascent soul. At the same time, Chen Hao also had a trace of enlightenment in his heart. He was clear about the mystery and use of the rune. He wants me to refine this nascent soul bit by bit. Chen Hao was shocked. With a move of his mind, the rune suddenly shone with a bright light. Like pulling silk from a cocoon, it magically extracted a wisp of demonic energy from the nascent soul. This wisp of demonic energy immediately began to dance in Chen Hao's dantian. But because it was too little and too weak, although the energy was of a higher level, it could no longer pose a threat to Chen Hao's energy. Amazing! A rune that only contains a trace of energy can temporarily suppress the nascent soul and divide the energy of the nascent soul. Doesn't this mean, if I can comprehend this energy, I can refine it bit by bit? My tempering speed will only get faster and faster. Motherfucker, this nascent soul is like a mountain of energy. Chen Hao was excited. He was really excited. He had become a pauper and still owed a debt of 100,000 elixirs. What did he lack the most? Elixirs, energy. And now, his dantian was equivalent to having the energy of a peak nascent soul master for him to refine. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Immediately, Chen Hao focused his mind and activated the energy in his dantian without any worries. It wrapped around the tiny wisp of energy of the nascent soul and began to refine and comprehend it crazily. 2 hours passed and there was no progress. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. But what made Chen Hao depressed was that no matter how Chen Hao refined that wisp of energy, it did not break down in the slightest. And Chen Hao was also unable to comprehend the mysteries of this energy. After a day, Chen Hao screamed in his mind. His whole body was covered in goosebumps, and his hair was standing on end. After a day of crazy refining, there was no progress at all. When Chen Hao was about to be driven crazy, he could only give up temporarily. He opened his eyes and suddenly stood up. He paced back and forth on the altar with his eyebrows tightly knitted. Yi Feishue and the rest were baffled. The energy crystals that supported the formation had already dimmed a lot. Evidently, it was similar to Yi Feishue's estimation. In 3 days, the immortal binding formation would collapse on its own. Chen Hao, what's wrong? Yi Feishue shouted at Chen Hao. She shouted a few times, but Chen Hao looked at her as if he did not see her. His eyes were empty and his eyebrows were tightly knitted. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Hao sat down cross-legged again. His eyebrows relaxed as he swallowed a large amount of elixirs and once again immersed himself in cultivation. I've tried every method, including merging with the heavens and earth, but there's still no progress. What's the problem? Chen Hao thought to himself as he immersed his mind into his dantian again. Calm down, just as Chen Hao was about to get goosebumps again, the voice of the treasure-hunting sword spirit suddenly sounded in Chen Hao's mind. Calm down. There's no point in being anxious. This is a higher level of energy than the origin energy, the 5 elements, and the yin and yang energy of the heavens and earth. If you want to refine it, you have to comprehend this energy. Now, you've already comprehended the 5 elements and the yin and yang of the heavens and earth. You're only a step away from comprehending it. However, although it's just a step, the difference is like heaven and earth. Especially since you're still a martial sage, how can it be so easy for you to comprehend it? Back then, you were able to comprehend the 5 elements and the yin and yang of the heavens and earth because of the power of the inheritance. Now, you can only rely on yourself. Not to mention a day, even if you take a month, 2 months, or even half a year, it'll be good enough if you can comprehend it. It can't be. It's so difficult to comprehend the energy. That's the truth. Comprehending the 5 elements and the yin and yang of the heavens and earth will allow you to reach the divine realm without any barriers. However, when you reach the 9th grade divine realm and want to step into the golden core realm, it won't be so simple anymore. At that time, you'll have to rely on yourself to comprehend the barriers. Of course, if you encounter an opportunity, that's an exception. However, although the opportunity inheritance is good, unless you can continuously obtain it, otherwise, if no opportunity inheritance appears, your ability to comprehend the barriers will not be as solid and reliable as relying on your own comprehension. Especially towards the end, it's more practical for you to try to break the formation. It's a pity to waste so many magic crystal stones just like that. They're worth a lot. Chen Hao frowned slightly. The words of the treasure-hunting sword spirit were perhaps just casual words to the treasure-hunting sword spirit, but to Chen Hao, it was like a blow to the head, instantly waking him up. Eager for quick success. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, it had been smooth sailing for him. He had not encountered any difficult barriers at all. Even the essence of the wind attribute did not take long for him to comprehend. It was this kind of easy situation that caused Chen Hao's confidence to swell like never before. He thought that he would be able to comprehend the energy contained in the nascent soul very quickly. However, after more than a day, after using all his skills, there was no progress at all. This caused him to lose his calm. The more it was like this, the more difficult it was for him to comprehend, virtuous like water, unmoved by honor or disgrace. I've unknowingly fallen into the wrong path. Phew. Chen Hao let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. His mind had already become calm and peaceful, without the slightest impatience. Chen Hao. Yi Feishue saw Chen Hao stand up again and look at her. She instantly opened her mouth and asked again, her eyes filled with confusion. Senior sister, I'll try to break the formation. What made Yi Feishue feel slightly comforted was that this time, Chen Hao finally saw her speak. Don't. This is a formation formed by a nascent soul expert. Unless you can comprehend the mysteries of the formation, otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. Yi Feishue hurriedly said. I'm a little good at formations. I'll try. I won't break it by force. Chen Hao said with a slight smile. After he finished speaking, he directly walked towards the formation runes that surrounded Yi Feishue and the energy crystals that were embedded within. Be careful. This formation will collapse in at most 2 days. Don't try to force it. At this moment, the nascent soul had already been suppressed by the runes in his dantian. For the time being, it couldn't cause any waves. Chen Hao could be considered to have completely returned to normal. He also didn't have to worry about his energy being swallowed up after activating it. If an unexpected situation were to occur, he could also block it. With a thought, Chen Hao's perception began to spread out. The separated mental strength immediately began to probe into the formation like tiny tentacles, trying to sense the mysteries within. His mind was clear and abnormally agile. Chen Hao, who calmed down, was pleasantly surprised to find that his soul perception seemed to have increased by a full 30%. Obviously, this was the increase brought about by the destruction of most of Atoda's soul energy. Second update. Requesting monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Thank you. Chapter 209. The immortal binding formation was one of the most powerful demonic formations of the demonic path. Once a cultivator was trapped, their energy would be completely confined. Unless the cultivator's realm was far above the person who set up the formation, it was impossible to destroy it by force. Otherwise, Yi Feishue would not have been unable to fight back. Strange, this formation is so simple. Chen Hao's perception slowly merged into it. What surprised him was that such a powerful formation was unexpectedly simple. He could easily comprehend a layer of the Upanishads contained in the runes. It seemed to be far less complicated than some of the powerful formations he had encountered in the ruins. No wonder, it was just a small formation that isolated Senior Sister Ye's voice. It exists independently and is not part of the immortal binding formation. When Chen Hao's mind broke through layer by layer and completely comprehended the entire formation, he finally understood what was going on. Open. Chen Hao locked onto the formation eye. The fused energy immediately followed a strange path and penetrated it. With a "kacha" sound, one of the runes around an energy crystal was broken. Hiss. Immediately, the layer of blue light that covered Yi Feishue's body disappeared by itself. Under the slightly surprised gaze of Yi Feishue and the others, Chen Hao's figure was like lightning. The blade in his hand flashed, and in a moment, the crystals embedded in the runes on the ground were dug out one by one and put into the storage space. Senior sister, I will help them break the outer seal first. These are all individual formations, so they are easy to break. Okay. Yi Feishue replied. At this moment, her voice was no longer blocked, but her body was still bound by the immortal binding rope and could not move at all. Kacha. Kacha, the sound kept coming. Chen Hao, who had already comprehended the mysteries of the sound sealing formation, was like a hot knife cutting through butter. He was as fast as lightning as he harvested the magic crystals in the runes. Then, Chen Hao walked to the corpse of Ito Ta, who was sitting cross-legged. With a poof sound, he stabbed the small blade into his forehead. The energy surged, and suddenly the head exploded. Clang! A demonic blade that was emitting a terrifying aura and blue light fell to the ground. Chen Hao put it away neatly, and at the same time, he also put the several storage rings in Ito's hands into his bag. For Chen Hao to do this, everyone, including Yi Feishue, could imagine that someone like Ito Ta, who roamed the cultivation world and specialized in killing and robbing, must have a lot of wealth. However, they didn't have any objections. After all, if it wasn't for Chen Hao, they would probably have become essence pills by now. Yi Feishue, in particular, would probably be even more miserable. After doing all this, if Chen Hao wanted to collect more magic crystals, he would have to break the immortal binding formation. Chen Hao did not stop. With his powerful perception, he began to comprehend the mysteries of the immortal binding formation. However, as soon as his spiritual tentacles merged into it, a terrifying devouring power directly devoured Chen Hao's spiritual power, forcibly cutting off Chen Hao's perception. What a powerful formation! Could it be that I can't even detect it? Chen Hao was shocked. How was he supposed to comprehend it? It felt like the nascent soul in his dantian. Any energy fluctuation would be instantly devoured by it, is it not possible? Seeing Chen Hao pondering, Yi Feishue asked, if it's not possible, then don't force yourself. It won't take long for the energy of this formation to be exhausted. The immortal binding formation is one of the most powerful formations used by the Devil Tao to deal with us. Countless sect disciples have died because of it. The power of the Devil Tao is very strong. There are a total of 999 small formations, and each of them has a magical effect. At this moment, although Ito Ta is not activating it, it's not very possible for you to break it. Nothing is impossible. Senior sister, you don't have to worry. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Breaking the formation is also a kind of cultivation. Hearing Yi Feishue's words, Chen Hao's eyes shone with a cold and resolute light. With a thought, Chen Hao's mind began to undergo a strange change. A rune formed entirely from spiritual power slowly formed in Chen Hao's mind and enveloped Chen Hao's spiritual power. This rune was exactly the same as the rune used to suppress the nascent soul. Although it was slow and jerky, the texture and profoundness were exactly the same. Gradually, when the rune was formed, Chen Hao's spiritual tentacles, under the protection of the rune, slowly probed into the immortal binding formation. Suppress for me. With a loud shout in his mind, Chen Hao's spiritual tentacles successfully broke through the formation. Instantly, the sound of thousands of demons roaring and roaring was forcibly suppressed by the rune. Hua la hua la. When his mind came into contact with a small formation, Chen Hao saw majestic and terrifying black aura, like a waterfall from the ninth heaven, surging with monstrous demonic aura. Strands of aura and demonic aura transformed into demonic shadows, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced on Chen Hao's mind. While Chen Hao was shocked, a mysterious change suddenly rose and sealed off the escape route of Chen Hao's mind. Like catching a turtle in a jar, it did not even let go of the rune protecting Chen Hao's mind. What a powerful formation! Layers of illusions, ever-changing, and unable to devour me. It can actually change between countless formations, making me unable to comprehend it, Chen Hao sensed with rapt attention and exclaimed in shock. The formation that surrounded his mind was constantly changing, without any pattern. The demonic aura became denser and denser, emitting a mountain-like pressure. Chen Hao was certain that without the protection of the mysterious rune, not to mention breaking the formation, even he himself would be trapped in the formation, unable to extricate himself. It seems that it's impossible to comprehend it in a short period of time. I'm afraid that before I can comprehend it, the energy crystals supporting the formation will run out. Chen Hao's mind spun rapidly as he thought to himself. His plan to collect all the demonic crystals was obviously impossible. In just a few minutes, the scene that Chen Hao's mind sensed had changed by 999 different formations. Evidently, it was as Yi Feishuo had said. The immortal binding formation was a whole formed by 999 small formations, and was extremely complicated. Since I can't get it, I'll just have to comprehend it properly. At least if I meet someone from the demonic path, it'll be easier. Chen Hao focused his mind and immersed himself in the sensing formation. Under the cover of the mysterious rune, no matter how the demonic aura rampaged, he remained unmoved. The rapidly changing formations constantly flashed in Chen Hao's mind. After a cycle of 999 formations, the order of their operation would change strangely, but this was no longer important. Chen Hao would capture the aura of any formation that he encountered. Although the changes only occurred in an instant, Chen Hao's calculation, deduction, and multitasking abilities that far surpassed ordinary people allowed him to maintain the same state of mind as when he saw the formations last time. This feeling was like comprehending 999 different formations at the same time, advancing through the 999 different paths. Although it was chaotic and disorderly, Chen Hao had forcibly sorted out a clear path forward. Time passed by minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, more than a day had passed. Kacha. Bang! Kacha kacha. Peng peng. Finally, the energy crystals that were inlaid on the altar began to shatter one by one like beans being fried. The moment the energy was exhausted, the crystals began to shatter one after another. Pang! In an instant, the ceiling boundary that enveloped the entire altar burst like a bubble. Hiss hiss. The immortal binding rope that imprisoned Yi Feishuo and the others, having lost the support of its energy, instantly dissipated. Ao ao ao. At this moment, the powerful earth demons that were originally surrounding the ring suddenly roared crazily and rushed towards the altar with a rumble. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the people who had been freed were both excited and frightened as they activated their protective aura. Chen Hao, who had abruptly opened his eyes, was no exception. Kill! Yi Feishuo, who had been freed, immediately shouted coldly. Everyone was also suppressing a bellyful of anger. In an instant, the densely packed powerful earth demons became the target of everyone's frenzied venting after surviving a calamity. Rumble. A terrifying explosion, a dazzling sword light, and an unparalleled aura completely erupted. Yi Feishuo's figure was like lightning. She specifically chose the powerful earth demons that the others could not resist and left the rest to the others. She, who was filled with guilt, took on the role of a firefighter. Although Chen Hao and the others were excited, they also felt the arrival of extreme danger. The others would more or less show signs of panic, but Chen Hao, facing the terrifying and powerful earth demons, did not panic. A fatal disaster was right in front of him, but he could still remain calm, and the power that erupted was even more powerful. This kind of calmness and ease, where the more dangerous the situation, the more powerful the potential that erupted was. This was not something that could be achieved through cultivation. This Chen Hao's future achievements will definitely be beyond imagination. He is not afraid in the face of danger. The more dangerous the situation, the more powerful the battle strength that erupts. I really don't know, at such a young age, with such a cultivation, how many battles on the edge of life and death has he experienced. Even I can't do this. Yi Feishue's divine sense enveloped the entire area around the altar, paying attention to everyone's every move. Chen Hao had already given her a lot of surprises, but at this moment, she was still shocked. At this moment, Chen Hao's mind was completely immersed in the battle. 9 flying daggers flashed and danced around his body. All kinds of strange secret techniques made every part of his body become the fiercest and most violent attack. The martial god realm demonic beasts were like tofu in front of him, unable to withstand a single blow. Yi Feishue did not even need to attack the martial god realm demonic beasts that had reached the 7th, 8th, and even 9th grade. Their powerful battle strength was far beyond the martial god realm experts like Tan Ming. Although the efficiency of killing the earth demons was lower than that of the Golden Core realm experts, their speed was faster than that of the Golden Core realm disciples. 2 hours passed by, 4 hours passed by, the area around the altar was covered with the corpses of the earth demons. Blood flowed like a river, like purgatory. The number of earth demons finally decreased, but at this moment, the Golden Core realm and martial god realm disciples had already stopped fighting. Under Yi Feishue's protection, they sat cross-legged and recovered their cultivation. On the other hand, Chen Hao, who had an abnormal physical strength and vigorous energy, was still like a demon god, full of energy and killing crazily. Yi Feishue could no longer describe the astonishment in her heart. At this moment, Yi Feishue finally understood why Dongfang Ting admired Chen Hao so much. The first part is more. Looking for recommendation votes, monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 210. Time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Star-picking sect, outer sect disciples, arena peak. Early in the morning, nearly 10,000 disciples had gathered. Almost all of the outer sect disciples were present as long as they were in the star-picking sect. In the short span of a month, the junior, middle, and senior rankings had undergone shocking changes. Some unfamiliar names, like in previous years, rose up as dark horses in the last 10 days before the opening of the 7-star grotto heaven. What was different from a month ago was that the challenges were no longer free. Instead, it was a showdown between the top disciples of each rank. The top 10 disciples of each rank were the only ones who could be challenged. The 10 elders of the star-picking sect sat on the rostrum as they assumed the role of the judges. There are so many rising prodigies this year. Looks like our star-picking sect's luck is here. The one who spoke was the 4th elder, the elder of the 4th peak of the 10 peaks. The 10 elders were all ranked according to their peaks, so their cultivation levels were similar. Elder Wu, who had recruited Chen Hao and the other disciples of the 100 Empire ranking, was the head elder of the 1st peak. The peak that Chen Hao and the other 4 had entered was the 1st peak of the outer sect. Cultivators have luck, but so does the sect. Elder Wu, the fact that you were able to recruit the 2nd runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking this year seems to be the beginning of our star-picking sect's luck. Of the top 10 disciples of the junior rankings, 6 have been squeezed out, 5 middle disciples, and 3 senior disciples. This has never happened before. There are still 10 days left, and it will be a fierce battle. It's hard to say who will be qualified to enter the 7-star grotto heaven. Ha! Elder Wu chuckled and said, no matter who obtains it, I'm sure they'll be able to improve tremendously in the 7 stars grotto heaven. Luck is such a mysterious thing. With so many dark horses appearing out of nowhere, it's very likely that spring has arrived for our star-picking sect. Ha! It's a pity that each level of the 7-star grotto heaven can only have 10 people. If we could have 100 people, our star-picking sect would have no problem becoming a 7th-rank sect in less than 10 years. Of course. Elder Wu, if luck really comes to us, then you'll be the one who deserves the most credit. You were able to snatch Chen Hao, Tan Tai Lian, and the others from a 7th-rank sect. You've really brought glory to our star-picking sect. Who knows, maybe we've even snatched their luck, Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lian are indeed not bad. Tan Tai Lian is now firmly in the top 3 of the low-level disciples. If nothing unexpected happens, the sect master will probably give her an additional reward. She earned it with her own ability. Chen Hao was temporarily pushed to the 14th place among the intermediate disciples. The final ranking would only be determined after he returned. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to enter the top 10. Ha! Elder Wu stroked his long beard as he spoke. Since he had summoned Chen Hao, Tan Tai Lian, and the others, he naturally had to seek the greatest benefits for them. The rewards promised by the sect master would not be considered as rewards if the 2 of them obtained the spots with their own ability. He could not let it go so easily. Elder Wu, you can't say that. When the sect master gave out the rewards, they were not at their current cultivation. Furthermore, several genius disciples have appeared in our other peaks. We can't possibly let the first peak take all the benefits, right? The second peak's elder said. That's right. They're merely disciples of the 100 Empire ranking. They're merely fighting for some face with our star-picking sect. In terms of talent and battle power, how could our third peak's Yuan Dao be inferior to Chen Hao? Shouldn't he be the one to receive the sect's rewards? Elder Wu indifferently glanced at the third elder and said, Yuan Dao is indeed not bad. He can be considered a stunning talent. However, don't forget that he has the support of the Yi clan. As for Chen Hao, he's merely a disciple of the 100 Empire ranking. He's only 16 years old and came to the star-picking sect as a rank 1 martial saint. He's already advanced to rank 9 martial saint a month ago. What kind of speed is that? You all know what the sect master gave out as a reward. However, there were no secret rewards like the rumors. With such talent, do you think he's inferior to Yuan Dao? Whether he's inferior or not is not determined by one's cultivation. There's no point in talking too much. When Chen Hao returns, we'll naturally know. Elder Wu, do you dare to make a bet with me? The third elder said confidently. Bet? Bet on what? Elder Wu was slightly stunned. I bet that Yuan Dao will be the number 1 intermediate disciple. Chen Hao will definitely not be his match. If he loses, my 7 profound gourd will be yours. If he wins, your blue sky sword will be mine. Shoo, the third elder's words shocked the other elders. The 7 profound gourd and the blue sky sword were the 2 strongest treasures. The third elder actually made such a huge bet. Everyone could not help but be shocked. They had already guessed that Yuan Dao must have had an astonishing fortuitous encounter and hidden strength. Otherwise, the third elder would not dare to make such a huge bet. After all, the news of the battle between Chen Hao and Kai Jin a month ago had already spread throughout the star-plucking sect. Everyone knew that Kai Jin was someone who could challenge the genius disciples of the martial god realm. I can't guarantee that Chen Hao will challenge Yuan Dao. After all, he only needs to enter the top 10. Yuan Dao is currently ranked first among the intermediate disciples. Isn't that simple? I'll let Yuan Dao challenge him. I believe that he will surely accept the bet. As long as you're willing to bet. Do you want to bet or not? The third elder said. Do you really want to bet? Very well, since you're so confident, I'll grant your wish. Elder Wu said straightforwardly. Although he was slightly worried, when he thought of Chen Hao's performance up until now, Elder Wu decided to go all out. Bang bang bang. In the Heavenly Wolf demonic area, Chen Hao lashed out with his palm. 18 enormous dragons danced in the air and blasted 3 earth demons with cultivation comparable to the 9th grade martial god realm into ashes, ending the battle once again. Nice. Chen Hao, I did not expect your strength to be so powerful after achieving the martial god realm. It's about time. The few of you have improved quite well. There are still 10 days before you outer disciples enter the 7 stars paradise. Let's return. Yi Feishue said as he stared at Chen Hao with bright eyes. During this month, Yi Feishue led the group to train in the Heavenly Wolf demonic area. Other than meditating to recover, they hunted earth demons and ventured deeper into the 7 stars paradise. With Yi Feishue, a late nascent soul expert, as well as the other disciples, Chen Hao's strength had increased by quite a bit. Especially Chen Hao, who shocked everyone. Originally, as a 9th grade martial saint, Chen Hao was the strongest disciple aside from a few golden core experts. 3 days ago, when he had achieved the martial god realm, Chen Hao's strength caused the disciples who had just reached the golden core realm to feel apprehensive. Great! Everyone answered at the same time. Junior brother Chen Hao, your current strength is sufficient for you to reach the top 10 of the advanced disciples. Why don't you give it a try when you return? The 3rd floor of the 7 stars paradise is several times stronger than the 2nd floor. There are many benefits. The reason why I was able to break through to the golden core realm in a little over a year was because of my comprehension in the 3rd floor. The barrier between the martial god realm and the golden core realm is extremely difficult. Many genius disciples are stuck in the martial god realm for 3 to 5 years, or even longer. A golden core expert said to Chen Hao as the group began to fly towards the exit of the Heavenly Wolf demonic area. This golden core expert was called Meng Fei. He was the strongest among the 5 golden core experts. He was also the only disciple who had entered both the 2nd and 3rd floors of the 7 stars paradise. That's right. Chen Hao, give it a try when you return. You already have no problems with the 2nd floor. With your strength, it's not impossible to break through to the 3rd floor. The earlier you reach the golden core realm, the better it will be for your future cultivation. In the cultivation world, only the golden core realm can be considered as the true beginning of cultivation. The gap between the martial god realm and the golden core realm is the true gap between heaven and earth. Right now, you can easily kill a demonic beast with the battle strength of a 9th grade martial god. However, a demonic beast with the battle strength of a golden core realm, even the weakest one, is still not something you can contend against. Yi Feishue said. Chen Hao nodded and said with a smile, don't worry, I will definitely break through to the 3rd floor. However, senior brother Tan Ming, the rest of you, please don't blame me. Why would we? Not to mention that we don't have the qualifications to enter the top 10 this year, even if we do, it will be a fair competition. We are all on the same side, whoever is stronger will go up. Why would we blame you? Tan Ming said. The other martial god realm disciples also agreed one after another. Their gazes towards Chen Hao were filled with envy and a faint admiration. Not to mention them, even Yi Feishue felt grateful towards Chen Hao. Without Chen Hao, they wouldn't be where they were now. It could be said that Chen Hao had saved their lives. Yi Feishue had given up a month's worth of cultivation and specially brought everyone here to hone their skills. She also felt completely guilty. Otherwise, if she had been able to directly kill a Toda back then, she would have returned by now. She could have brought them to cultivate along the way, but she would never have wasted her cultivation time like this. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Yi Feishue led Chen Hao and the rest back to the Zhaixing sect, 2 figures stepped on the clouds from the 7th grade sect, the Myriad Pill Pavilion, and disappeared into the horizon. In the Myriad Pill Pavilion, the Pavilion Master, the Vice Pavilion Master, the Inner Sect Elder, and an Outer Sect Elder all stood on the peak of the mountain, gazing respectfully at the two figures that had disappeared. Their hearts were in turmoil, and their expressions were filled with excitement. Phew, finally, after the two figures had completely disappeared, everyone, including the Pavilion Master, let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Xiang, this time you have made a great contribution to our Myriad Pill Pavilion. Ha ha ha. The Pavilion Master glanced at the Outer Sect Elder, Lu Xiang, and said with a laugh. An unexpected gain. It was purely an unexpected gain. Pavilion Master, back then, I was actually more interested in the runner-up, Shen Hao. I really did not expect Leng Yihan to have such an identity, a mere runner-up of the 100 Empire ranking. No matter how talented he is, how can he be compared to Leng Yihan? Pass down my orders. From now on, Leng Yihan will directly enjoy the top treatment of a core disciple. Gutai, after Leng Yihan becomes an inner sect disciple, all the cultivation methods of the Myriad Pill Pavilion will be personally taught by you. Understood. The inner sect elder named Gutai, who stood beside the Pavilion Master, immediately said with a slightly excited expression. He was the cultivation imparting elder of the Myriad Pill Pavilion, and his cultivation was second only to the Pavilion Master. Any disciple of the Myriad Pill Pavilion who could be personally taught a cultivation method by him would definitely be honored. However, at this moment, it seemed that being able to teach Leng Yihan a cultivation method made him feel extremely honored. Requesting recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you. After a few days of rest, Dark Mountain will erupt. During this period of time, I have to go for treatment of my cervical vertebrae and shoulders every 2 days. There is no other way. Con to vote for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 211. You have reached the martial god realm. The third elder stared at the figure before him in astonishment. To be exact, I'm a rank 9 martial god. Elder Meng, what's there to be surprised about? If it wasn't for me purposely suppressing my cultivation, would have reached the golden core realm by now. The young man calmly said. Even in the face of the third summit's elder, his expression and tone remained calm and unperturbed. However, his aura was extremely sharp, containing a sharpness capable of tearing the sky apart and destroying the sun and moon. It was as if there was nothing that he did not dare to do, and nothing could stop him. This was a kind of lawless spirit and aura that firmly believed that he could defeat everything. This young man was none other than the super genius disciple of the third peak of the star-plucking sect, Yi Wendao. He was summoned by the third elder as soon as he returned from his training. When Yi Wendao had left half a year ago, he was only a rank 5 martial saint. However, he had defeated several rank 9 martial saints and was ranked first among the intermediate disciples. His battle prowess was definitely monstrous. And now, after returning half a year, he had actually reached the rank of a rank 9 martial god. Even the third elder did not expect him to improve so quickly. In his opinion, Yi Wendao would definitely suppress his cultivation after reaching the rank of a rank 9 martial saint, and enter the second floor of the 7 stars chamber first before attempting to break through to the martial god realm. Even though he had absolute confidence in Yi Wendao, he did not think that Yi Wendao would be able to reach the top 10 of the advanced disciples in half a year's time. But now, this. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. It's impossible for us to fight, but it's still considered a victory. As long as Wu Zichuan doesn't go back on his words, the sky sword will be mine. The third elder said with a frown, as if he was talking to himself. Obviously, the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Elder Meng. Ha, it's like this, recently, a super genius has appeared in our star-plucking sect. I believe you haven't heard about it yet. The one who tied with the champion of the 100 Empire ranking, Chen Hao. You know about it? Yi Wendao smiled slightly, as his eyes flickered with sharpness. Although I've been training for the past half a year, I've heard about the news of our star-plucking sect recruiting the champion of the 100 Empire ranking. Why, could it be that Elder Meng made a bet with Elder Wu? Is it related to me and Chen Hao? Hee, that's right. Chen Hao had only been in the sect for a month, yet he already possessed the strength to challenge a martial god. Wu Zichuan actually wanted to ask the sect master for an additional reward for that kid. This time, the first peak will definitely have 2 people on the first floor, 3 on the second floor, and 2 on the third floor. If this continues, when will our third peak surpass them? Of course, I can't let that shameless thing succeed. So, I provoked him and bet on the battle between you and Chen Hao. However, I didn't expect you to have advanced to rank 9 martial god. It seems like you've completely comprehended the inheritance of the Sword Lake remnants. Yi Wendao's eyes flashed with 2 sharp sword lights. He nodded proudly and said, not just the inheritance of the Sword Lake ruins. It can't be. Don't tell me, you obtained another powerful legacy in this half a year? The third elder asked in surprise and joy. When he saw Yi Wendao, his old face was brimming with excitement as he said, Good. No wonder the aura on your body is so domineering. Wendao, don't worry, I will support you with all my strength. In the future, the star-picking sect may very well be yours. Ha! That's for sure. Yi Wendao calmly said. He did not give the impression of being arrogant, but a sign of strength. It was as if to him, obtaining the position of sect leader of the star-picking sect was something extremely normal. Even though he was only an outer disciple now. Yes, for sure. Tomorrow, you will challenge the top 10 advanced disciples. There are only 7 days left. Don't worry, I still need to comprehend something. It won't be too late to challenge on the last day. Yi Wendao said, Elder Meng, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. The last day? Good, that's even better. No one saw you on your way here, right? No. Then don't tell anyone that you've become a martial god for now. All right. Yi Wendao slightly frowned, but he still replied. Seeing Yi Wendao disappearing into the horizon, the smile on the third elder's face became even brighter as he mumbled, that Chen Hao has yet to return. Tomorrow morning, I only need to provoke him a little more. As long as the outcome is determined based on their strength, Wu Zichuan won't be able to go back on his word. That night, numerous rays of light streaked across the horizon. When Yi Feishue led Chen Hao and the others through the protective seal of the star-picking sect, Wu Zichuan, who had been keeping an eye on Chen Hao's movements, immediately sensed the aura of Chen Hao's token. Hence, a scene similar to the one that had occurred on the third elder's mountain peak occurred. As for Chen Hao, he also directly returned to his own palace for the last few days of seclusion. On the second day, when the challenges in the arena area began, third elder Meng Langong and first elder Wu Zichuan actually hit it off immediately. The outcome would be determined based on strength. Even if Chen Hao and Yi Wendao did not have a chance to fight, it would be fine as long as everyone acknowledged who was stronger. This is the star-picking sect. Go down. Master will follow you. In the night sky, an auspicious cloud had appeared above the star-picking sect. On the auspicious cloud, 2 figures could be seen. One wore a bamboo hat, and there was not a trace of energy fluctuation around him. It was as if he had merged with the heavens and the earth. He came and went with the wind, fluttering in the wind. Under the wide black robe and bamboo hat, he appeared even more mysterious. His voice was hoarse, and it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. However, it was filled with boundless loneliness. The other figure was Leng Yihan. Leng Yihan replied. Although he had 1,000 questions in his heart, he did not dare to ask. He originally thought that his master was just a loose cultivator, but now he knew that his master was not just a loose cultivator. Especially when he saw how respectful the pavilion master and the others were to his master, he was even more surprised. Staring at the majestic mountain peak of the star-picking sect, Wang Lin felt a little excited. Who was the person that his master was looking for? Thinking back to when he mentioned Chen Hao to his master, who had always been emotionless, actually trembled slightly. Wang Lin had a strange feeling. Who are you? When the two of them slowly landed on a mountain peak with the words, Star-Picking Sect, inlaid in gold outside the Star-Picking Sect, several young disciples guarding the mountain peak appeared in front of Wang Lin. I am Wang Lin of the 10,000 Pill Pavilion. I have come to visit Chen Hao. Brother, please inform him of my arrival, Wang Lin said as he cupped his fists. Wang Lin. You are the champion of the 100 Empire ranking, Wang Lin. Are you here to challenge Chen Hao? A young disciple asked as he stared at Wang Lin with a strange expression on his face. The other young disciples also looked at Wang Lin with bright eyes. These disciples were all outer sect disciples of the star-picking sect. They took turns guarding the mountain peak. Challenge? You can say that. Wang Lin was slightly surprised. Then, a trace of pride flashed on his face as he said indifferently. If you are here to challenge him, I advise you to return. Chen Hao became a 9th grade martial saint more than a month ago. He has the ability to defeat martial gods. Now, he has gone out to train. I don't know if he has returned yet, the young disciple said with a trace of pride on his face. This disciple was the leader of the disciples present. He was an advanced disciple and a 4th grade martial god. Wang Lin's aura was unusually sharp. Especially his eyes, they were like sword light. However, he was only an inferior grade martial saint. A 9th grade martial saint. It's not a good thing to advance so quickly. I'll have to trouble you to help me ask. I have an agreement with him. Your 7-star paradise is about to open. Even if he isn't here, he should be back soon. Wang Lin said with a slight smile. All right. Wait a moment. After the young disciple finished speaking, he took out a transmission token and sent a message. After a moment, he received a reply. He looked at Wang Lin and said, Chen Hao has returned. However, he is currently in seclusion. If there are no accidents, he should come out in 5 days. If you want to wait, go to the outer sect's first peak. However, Elder Wu said that Chen Hao can't accept your challenge for now. No problem. We can talk about the challenge later. I'll wait for him. Thank you. Please. It was common for sects to visit each other. As long as they were not enemies, they would be welcomed. As the champion of the 100 Empire ranking and a disciple of the rank 7 10,000 Pill Pavilion, Wang Lin naturally wouldn't refuse. How troublesome. If Master were to appear, I would definitely be able to see him now. Wang Lin thought to himself as he followed a disciple flying in the sky. However, he vaguely understood that his master had appeared in the 10,000 Pill Pavilion to win benefits from him. A month ago, Chen Hao advanced to a 9th grade martial saint. Such rapid advancement must be for the 7-star paradise, right? Could he have advanced to a martial god now? It's very likely. Based on his personality, he would definitely want the best. The gains don't make up for the losses. However, he must be hiding many secrets. I'm only a 3rd grade martial saint. If we meet, won't he look down on me? It doesn't matter. I'll wait until I reach the nascent soul realm. I have to defeat him with an absolute advantage. Otherwise. Wang Lin thought to himself. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a small dimple. If Chen Hao was present, he would probably be covered in goosebumps again. Fortunately, this feminine expression only flashed for a moment. Have you heard? The champion of the 100 Empire ranking, Wang Lin of the 10,000 Pill Pavilion, has come to challenge Chen Hao. He arrived at the first peak last night. Is that so? Of course. Senior brother Lin Yuan was on duty last night. I heard him say that Wang Li's aura is only a lower-grade martial saint. It's Chen Hao who's abnormal. Huh, Chen Hao really made us, the disciples of the 100 Empire ranking, proud. After being bullied for a few years, ever since Chen Hao arrived, look at the natives around us. They don't dare to be arrogant and say that they're going to kill all of you on the 100 Empire ranking. That's right. We're also advanced disciples. We don't have any hopes for the 7-star paradise. We only hope to become inner disciples in 2 years. Let's go. It's the last 4 days. The challenges in these few days will definitely be exciting. Let's go watch and learn. The news of Wang Lin entering the star-picking sect to find Chen Hao was spread by the disciple on duty last night. Chapter 212. A red sun rose, and thousands of golden rays shone on the peak of the outer sect arena. This was the last day of the 7-star Grotto Heaven selection. Countless outer sect disciples had already gathered at the arena area. Even the inner sect disciples had come to watch the show. The 7-star Cave Heaven was very famous in the whole cultivation world of the eastern continent. Even among the inner disciples, more than 90% of them had never been there. It was a very popular place in the primordial realm. Countless outer disciples of the 7th and 8th grade sects coveted it. Today was the day when the coffin was closed. Today's battle was destined to be the most intense battle among the outer sect disciples this year. The hidden dark horses would inevitably surface one by one. The original 9 arenas had already magically merged into one at this moment, becoming an incomparably huge arena. Whoosh! 6 figures flew quickly in the air. What are you doing here? Chen Hao asked Wang Lin, who was flying beside him, as he withdrew his aura. Today, when the last day of the competition was about to begin, Chen Hao had just exited his cultivation state. As soon as he came out, Wang Lin, Tan Tai Lian, Yang Fan, and the others were already waiting at the entrance of his palace. He could only rush to the arena area to talk. Of course. What, are you going to renege on your promise? A gentleman keeps his word. I, Chen Hao, don't have the habit of going back on my word. But you really came at a bad time. Chen Hao frowned slightly. He felt strange seeing Wang Lin this time. It wasn't that Wang Lin was strange, but there was an indescribable feeling. It was like he was being watched, but he couldn't capture any aura. It was just intuition based on his powerful soul perception. It doesn't matter. It's good to see the genius disciples of the star-picking sect. Let's talk about it after your competition. I'm not here to ask you to fulfill your promise. It won't take long. Let's talk about it after your competition. Wang Lin said. You've advanced so quickly. It's like building a castle in the air. It's not worth it. What rank are you now? Chen Hao withdrew his aura. Even with Wang Li's powerful perception, he couldn't determine what rank Chen Hao was at. Won't you find out later? Chen Hao smiled. It was unknown whether he did it intentionally or not, but he turned around and looked at Tan Tai Lian who was flying behind him. He abruptly released his pure energy and wrapped it around Tan Tai Lian's hand. His speed suddenly increased several times as he said, "Hurry up. One of us is challenging the other, and the other is being challenged. Time is almost up." Li Yifeng suddenly felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Yang Fan and Ni Jianpei's eyes also suddenly widened. Wang Li's expression did not change. He suddenly sped up and chased after them. Why are you pulling me? Tan Tai Lian, who was smart, asked Chen Hao through telepathy even though she was extremely surprised and her heart was beating faster. Wang Lin, she was familiar with Yang Fan and the others. Moreover, although Chen Hao did not say it explicitly, he had mentioned Lang Yihan's strangeness in front of them. "We're in a hurry. There are still 2 minutes left, can you make it by yourself?" Chen Hao said against his will. Tan Tai Lien glared at Chen Hao but did not say anything. It was just holding hands. Compared to the influence of the Phoenix inheritance, it was nothing. Even if Chen Hao explained, so what? Other than a few people who knew him well, who would believe it? Tan Tai Lien. Is that Chen Hao? Who else could it be other than Chen Hao? No wonder they are a pair of the Phoenix inheritance. Such a pair is too compatible. Does Chen Hao really have the ability to defeat the martial god? His aura is not strong. When Chen Hao and Tan Tai Lien landed side by side in the arena area, countless eyes immediately focused on the two. At this moment, everyone knew Tan Tai Lien. She was ranked third among the low-level disciples and had defeated countless 9th-grade martial grandmasters. As for the first and second place, it was impossible to compare because they had never appeared. Chen Hao was the talk of the town. However, those who had seen Chen Hao, except for the disciples who had seen Chen Hao fight with Kai Jin in this year's 100 Empire ranking, almost no one had seen him. He was elusive. Glancing at the contestant seats, Tan Tai Lien sat directly in the third seat of the low-level disciples' seats. Chen Hao glanced at the contestant seats and smiled slightly. Under everyone's surprised gaze, he actually sat in the advanced disciples' seat. Could it be a mistake? Countless people looked at Chen Hao in surprise and started to discuss. Junior brother Chen Hao, this is the advanced disciples' seat. The intermediate disciples' seat is in the second row. An advanced disciple sitting beside Chen Hao said enthusiastically to Chen Hao. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes. Chen Hao smiled at that disciple and nodded. He said, "Senior brother, thank you for your reminder. I am going to challenge the advanced disciples' seat." Crash! Chen Hao's indifferent and not loud voice immediately caused a huge uproar. It exploded uncontrollably in the entire arena area. Martial God! Without a doubt, Chen Hao, who had returned after a month of experiential learning, had already stepped into the martial god realm. Furthermore, he was going to challenge the top 10 advanced disciples. Could he be an inferior grade martial god? At the same time, more than 10 disciples sitting in the advanced disciples' seat looked at Chen Hao without exception and frowned. Including the temporary top 10 contestants, the 10 contestants who were sitting in the challenged seats were also looking at Chen Hao with a hint of hostility. As for the intermediate disciples, regardless of whether they were in the challenger's seat or the challenged seat, at the same time they were surprised, they revealed a joyful expression. What did this mean? It meant that without Chen Hao, they would have one more spot to compete for. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, many figures riding on clouds appeared above the arena and slowly descended to the main platform. Greetings sect leader, greetings elders. Greetings sect leader, greetings elders. Crash! Instantly, waves of voices exploded one after another. Every disciple in the arena area stood up and bowed with their fists clasped together. Some of the new disciples followed suit and bowed. Chen Hao stood up and bowed, his gaze quietly glancing toward the main platform. Until now, this was the first time he had seen the sect leader. Unexpectedly, the sect leader was a handsome middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a scholarly appearance and an elegant demeanor. There's no need to be so polite. The sect leader smiled and waved his hand. Chen Hao felt an irresistible force gently pour into his body and immediately helped him up. Like all the other disciples, Chen Hao was filled with astonishment. At that moment, there were more than 10,000 people in the arena area. However, with such a casual wave of his hand, he had helped more than 10,000 people up at the same time. What did that mean? What kind of shocking cultivation did that require? At that moment, on the main platform, the third elder of the outer disciples looked at Chen Hao, who was sitting in the advanced challenger's seat with a strange expression. He cursed in his heart, no wonder they hit it off so easily. It turns out that Wu Zichuan has the same idea as me. This Chen Hao has also reached the martial god realm. Humph, so what? He is definitely not a match for Wen Dao. Whoosh! After the crowd sat down in shock, a ray of light flashed across the sky and gradually descended. Senior brother Yi Wen Dao is here. Crash! Regardless of the intermediate disciples, the lower disciples, the advanced disciples, or even the inner disciples, they all looked at the figure that was slowly descending from the sky. Ah! As Yi Wen Dao's sharp gaze scanned the contestant seating area and landed on the advanced challenger's seat, a great uproar took place after Chen Hao's incident. Those at the intermediate challenger's seat and the challenged seat were overjoyed. 2 spots, 2 super geniuses who were destined to occupy 2 spots had unexpectedly become advanced disciples. How could they not be excited or unhappy? Especially those disciples whose strength was in between advancing and not advancing, they were so excited that they felt like howling. Meanwhile, those at the advanced challenger's seat and the challenged seat frowned. Dong! 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 While the crowd was still immersed in their astonishment, a magnificent chime of the bell could be heard. The time had come. Wu Zichuan slowly flew onto the arena. As the outer sect's grand elder, he cleared his throat and said, "Disciples, today is the last day of the outer sect's 3rd grade ranking. The 7 Stars Grotto Heaven's qualification will be determined before sunset today." The old man emphasized that although the 7 Stars chamber is important, no one is allowed to purposely kill the participants. Let's start with the lower disciples. I don't think I need to explain the rules of the challenge, right? There's no need for that, Elder Wu. Let's begin. The crowd instantly burst into cheers. Wu Zichuan smiled and said, "Okay, the challenge officially begins. The lower-level disciples who are challenging the disciples on the seating area, you can start in the order of your seats, from left to right, from front to back, and directly point out who you want to challenge." Shush! A disciple sitting at the front on the left immediately flew onto the arena and said, "Disciple Jian Nanchun challenges Wu Liangye." Humph, I knew you would challenge me. Your courage is commendable after being defeated by me. Come, let me end your qualification for the 7 Stars chamber. Shush! Wu Liangye let out a cold harumph and said proudly as he flew onto the arena. If the challenger won, he would replace the challenged's ranking, and the challenged's ranking would be adjusted accordingly. The disciples who were pushed out of the top 10 would become the challenger. However, if the challenger lost the first round, he would be disqualified. Under such circumstances, it was undoubtedly the best choice to challenge the 10th-ranked disciple. He had the highest chance of winning. However, Jian Nanchun did not challenge the 10th or 9th-ranked disciples. Instead, he directly challenged the 6th-ranked disciple, Wu Liangye. This was beyond many people's expectations, and his courage was commendable. However, many people were not surprised. The 2 of them had fought countless times, and Wu Liangye had won each time by a narrow margin. It was only in the past half a year that Jian Nanchun had not fought, as he had been training outside. It was obvious that he had absolute confidence in winning, which was why he dared to do so. The battle ended unexpectedly quickly. The arrogant Wu Liangye was actually defeated by Jian Nanchun in just 3 minutes. The person who was originally the 10th-ranked disciple became the challenger, and sat at the last seat of the challenger's seat. There were a total of 15 people who dared to challenge the lower-ranked disciples. They basically challenged the 10th, 9th, and 8th-ranked disciples. Until the end of the challenge, no one challenged Tan Tai Lian. After successfully confirming the top 10, Tan Tai Lian did not challenge the top 2 disciples when it was time for the top 10 disciples to challenge. Chapter 213. The challenges went on like a raging fire. Among the 2,000 intermediate disciples, only 12 of them had the confidence to challenge the advanced disciples on the last day. However, due to Yi Wendao and Chen Hao, the two super geniuses, who had reached the advanced disciples' seats, some of the disciples were tempted to challenge the advanced disciples. Thus, there were 18 of them. After 4 hours, the challenges of the intermediate disciples finally came to an end. Third Elder Meng Yugong glanced at the calm and composed Chen Hao, then transmitted his voice to Yi Wendao, who was sitting in the last row of the advanced disciples' challenge area. Wendao, this brat Chen Hao has concealed his aura. I can't see through his cultivation. However, since he dares to sit there, he must be a medial grade martial god. I heard that this brat's battle prowess is very high. Later on, he will be the first to challenge. Take a good look. If he loses, it will be even better. You can challenge the disciples that he has challenged before. After all, there are still the top 10 to challenge. If he wins, you can make your own judgment. If possible, challenge him directly. Although Meng Yugong had absolute confidence in Chen Hao, at this moment, he was unable to see through Chen Hao, who had concealed his aura. He could not even tell the difference between the upper, middle, and lower grades. This made him feel that something was wrong. Furthermore, when he thought of Chen Hao's abnormal talent, which allowed him to advance from 1st grade martial saint to 9th grade martial saint in a month, as well as his powerful battle prowess, he had no choice but to warn Yi Wendao. Although he did not want to admit it, Chen Hao was indeed a super genius on par with Yi Wendao. Yi Wendao, who had been paying attention to Chen Hao, did not show any change in his expression. He transmitted his voice to Meng Yugong, Elder Meng, don't worry. Even if he is a 9th grade martial god, he can forget about defeating me. He has only cultivated a technique to conceal his aura. Why would an expert need to conceal himself? Just wait for your blue sky sword. Of course, if he is really strong, I would be happy to see it. Meng Yugong was slightly stunned. Soon after, he could not help but reveal a smile on his face. He transmitted his voice to Yi Wendao, good. Remember, if you can, be ruthless. It's best if you can give him an unforgettable impression. This kind of super genius can only be defeated by truly destroying his spirit and confidence. Otherwise, he might still be one of your strongest competitors in the future. Don't worry, my Tao is the Tao of killing. It's fine if I don't attack, but if I do attack, it'll be fatal. As for not being able to intentionally kill, that doesn't exist to me at all. The moment you make a move, you immediately use a killing move. What is deliberate? Yi Wen sent a voice transmission proudly. That's good. Meng Yugong nodded with relief. Including Chen Hao and Yi Wendao, there were a total of 12 challengers. Chen Hao, who was the second last to enter, was naturally ranked 11th. Yi Wendao, who had arrived last, was ranked last. The 10 people in front of Chen Hao were basically experts who had deliberately appeared on the last day. In the 10 battles, they had displayed their incomparably powerful combat strength. Those who were slightly stronger would challenge those ranked 5th, 6th, or even higher. This was because if they challenged those ranked 10th, they would at most temporarily be ranked 10th. Those ranked the worst would definitely be challenged the most. If they continued to be challenged, although they would still be qualified to challenge others, it would be more troublesome. After the 10 battles, 5 of them had successfully entered the top 10, while the other 5 who were originally ranked in the top 10 were pushed down. As for the other 5, they had failed their first challenge and were directly disqualified. As soon as the battle for the 10th rank ended, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Hao. I wonder who Chen Hao will challenge. In less than 3 months, he has been promoted to a senior disciple. This speed of improvement is even faster than senior brother Yi Wendao. I wonder what grade of martial god he is. Senior sister, is Chen Hao really capable? Behind the crowd, the inner disciples of the star-picking sect were divided into different groups and gathered together. Although they appeared to be scattered, if one were to take a closer look, they would discover that these groups were all gathered around a core disciple with a powerful aura. At this moment, Dong Fangting stared at Chen Hao, who had already stood up, and asked the person beside her in disbelief. Because of the 100 Empire ranking, Dong Fangting had not focused on cultivation for nearly a year. Therefore, she had basically been cultivating in seclusion during this period of time and had only come out 2 days ago. Until now, Chen Hao was about to start the challenge for the senior disciples, but she had yet to meet Chen Hao. There is no problem for him to enter the top 10, Yi Feixue also stared at Chen Hao and said indifferently. Looking at Yi Feixue's expression, Dong Fangting suddenly felt strange. It was as if Yi Feixue had become her old self, who had absolute confidence in Chen Hao. Even though Dong Fangting knew Chen Hao well, she still could not understand how Chen Hao could subdue Yi Feixue, a core disciple who was in the late nascent soul realm and possessed powerful combat strength. Elder Wu, I challenge senior brother Duan Shuelu. Whoosh! The moment Chen Hao flew towards the arena, a clear voice resounded throughout the entire arena area. The disciple named Duan Shuelu frowned slightly and immediately emitted a powerful battle intent as he flew towards the arena. Duan Shuelu, who is ranked 10th. That doesn't seem very shocking. He should only be a medial grade martial god. It looks like he is not very confident. In any case, he has the Hall Master's reward. Even if he can't reach the advanced level, he should still be able to reach the intermediate level. That's right. Maybe he is just an inferior grade martial god who is here to join in the fun. Damn it. You better succeed. While the crowd was discussing, the faces of the intermediate disciples who had already confirmed the 10th rank turned green. Yi Wendao was fine, but Chen Hao was rumored to have a reward from the sect master. If Yi Wendao did not succeed in breaking through to the senior disciple rank, he would be qualified to enter the second floor of the 7 Stars Paradise. That meant that he would be pushed down from the 10th rank. Who would not feel depressed? The depressed disciples could only pray that Chen Hao would emerge victorious. In the center of the arena, Duan Shuelu and Chen Hao were 200 zhang apart. Junior brother Chen Hao, there is already a spot for you among the intermediate disciples. If you are here to join in the fun, I think it's better if you don't fight, so as to not waste everyone's time. Duan Shuelu said with a frown. As he spoke, he unleashed his aura. The powerful aura of a rank 9 martial god instantly filled the place. As long as Yi Wendao stepped onto the arena, he would be pushed down from the ranking. The reason was simple. Although Yi Wendao was only an intermediate disciple among the outer disciples, he was considered the top genius with unlimited potential. At that moment, Yi Wendao did not have a way out like Chen Hao. Since he had already achieved the martial god realm, he was extremely confident in himself. Although he was destined to be pushed down by Chen Hao, he did not want to waste his time on Chen Hao. It shouldn't take long. It won't take long. Chen Hao said with a smile. The colorless energy of the martial god realm spread out. Shoo! After sensing Chen Hao's aura, the crowd began to hiss. After hearing what Chen Hao had just said, the crowd assumed that Chen Hao was here to join in the fun. The reason for that was because his aura was only that of a rank 1 martial god. Although his aura was a few times more powerful than that of an ordinary rank 1 martial god, the aura of his cultivation level was very clear. Rank 1 martial god? How boring, it seems like there is no need for me to challenge him. Yi Wendao frowned and shook his head. His eyes were filled with disdain and disappointment. Duan Shuelio's expression stiffened, but he felt relieved and said, I respect you as a genius, but joining in the fun at this moment is extremely boring. Go down. Duan Shuelu let out a hiss and took out a crimson sword. As he spoke, he took a step forward and charged toward Chen Hao at lightning speed. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. He held the sword with both hands and raised it high. When he was 30 zhang away from Chen Hao, he slashed downward. Slash! A blazing sword radiance was about to melt the heaven and earth. The yin and yang energy of the heaven and earth, which was majestic, vigorous, and violent, rumbled toward Duan Shuilu with a powerful aura. Boom! Chen Hao looked calm. However, when Duan Shuilu attacked, the energy around his body suddenly rose violently. The colorless energy, which was only the aura of a rank 1 martial god, was shining strangely at this moment. It was as if the energy had materialized, which made Chen Hao's aura soar violently. He threw a punch at Duan Shuilu's sword radiance. Rumble! A terrifying explosion sounded. When the sword radiance was 10 meters away from Chen Hao, it was smashed into pieces. Ah! Exclamations of disbelief came from the crowd. Duan Shuilu was a bit surprised. Then, his face became serious. He had only used 50% of his energy in this attack. Although Chen Hao was bored, he was still a super genius in the sect. Duan Shuilu didn't dare to go too far. Duan Shuilu was only a rank 1 martial god. If he had used all of his energy, he might have killed Duan Shuilu directly. At that time, he would have done it on purpose. However, he didn't expect that Duan Shuilu could easily break his attack with only 50% of his energy. How could he dare to underestimate Duan Shuilu? Without any hesitation, Duan Shuilu hurriedly took a step forward and turned into a blur. He gathered the energy around him to the peak and attacked Chen Hao again from a strange direction. Duan Shuilu's full energy tore the air apart and slashed toward Chen Hao again with a terrifying sound of breaking the air. That's right. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Hao's clear voice was heard. He seemed to be moving slowly, but he was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Duan Shuilu's sword radiance. When he was only 10 meters away from Duan Shuilu, he threw out a powerful punch with dazzling golden light. Bang! Rumble! Duan Shuilu was extremely shocked. Chen Hao's punch had shattered his sword radiance again. Moreover, at such a close distance, Duan Shuilu almost lost his sword and was forced to retreat. In the violent energy, Chen Hao didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. The energy around his body became even more dazzling. In an instant, it became a close-range battle. Fist shadows were everywhere. Bang! 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 At the critical moment, Duan Shuilu condensed layers of powerful protective aura in front of him to block Chen Hao's lightning-fast attacks. Duan Shuilu retreated quickly. The energy around his body was crazily gathering toward the big red sword. He didn't expect Chen Hao to be so powerful. However, he was unwilling to lose the battle like this. At least, he had to use his most powerful attack. As the energy crazily poured into the big red sword, the sword's aura became more and more terrifying. It was as if the nirvana flame was burning, competing with the sun and the moon. Sky-breaking sun. Duan Shuilu finally finished condensing the energy. He shouted loudly and thrust his sword forward. First update, brothers and sisters, can you vote for Zhang Yu? Those who don't have a monthly vote can do it. Thank you, you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.